Webster's dictionary defines the word academy to mean a body of established opinion widely accepted as authoritative in a particular field. They define the word award to mean something that is conferred or bestowed, especially on the basis of merit or need. If you look up the word Oscar, it says, used especially for any of a number of golden statuettes awarded annually by a professional organization for notable achievement in motion pictures. But the Academy Awards, popularly known as the Oscars, are more than just a bunch of golden trophies. They are a beacon of hope, a mark of undeniable quality and achievement in our industry, the entertainment industry, the movie business, the talking pictures. An annual event where the best of the best gather together to find out who gets trophies and who doesn't. And we make the ones who don't get trophies watch the ones who do get trophies get their trophies. And they have to sit there and they just have to take it. It's when our whole business gets together to decide things like, oh, is Star Wars the best picture of the year? Or do we maybe want to give it to Woody Allen for making a movie about how he isn't good at relationships with women? Hey, great call forward, by the way. That turned out really well. Really held up. Hope everyone's happy. You could have had Star Wars as best picture, but, you know, you got to live with that one now. Anyway, it's Oscar night, and let's do this.
Barbie film. Yeah. Woo. Let's go. Barbie film is up for 8 awards. Best director isn't one of them. You might ask the question, why is that? The director's branch is mostly men. Barbie film is up for Best Picture. Thanks to Dark Knight, they now nominate 10. Best Director nominates only 5. The director's branch is mostly men.
Shake that.
Off a bridge there jumps a lady, falling soon she'll drown. In her body there's a baby, guess what happens now? There's a zany scientist, he has got a plan for this. Poor things, I'm alive, I'm a woman with my baby's mind. Poor things, I'm alive, I will go explore the world a while. Poor things. It ain't no joke, a guy fell out his attic window, and his wife got blamed. His wife, who's now his widow, and they had a trial, and everyone was wondering if she murdered him, or did this guy go a-stumbling. It's a tragedy, cause he is dead now, can't you see, and he cannot come back unless the zombies do attack, but that's unlikely, yes, your honor. It seems he is a goner, he is dead for real, and maybe he was killed. So let's decide if she is just a murdering wife, or if she's not, maybe not. She's just a mom who got caught and falsely blamed, you might say. And now her son is afraid. Who knows what's true? It might as well be Nappy Baba Fall. American Fiction by Stagger Lee. American Fiction, pathologically. I'm busy trying to write my book. I'm in a bookstore, maybe take a look. I see that they've shelved them wrong. They wouldn't do this to Erica John. My novel, gonna change my luck. American Fiction, my book's called Fuck. Hello, it's Marty. I was wondering if after all of these years you'd like to see my new movie with Bobby D. And it is also starring Leo and a woman named Lily. Hello, it's Scorsese. I'm in Oklahoma filming it for Apple Plus TV. It lasts 4 hours, more than 3. It is shorter than The Irishman, or Pretend It's a City. Such a good film and worthy, but not an easy watch. Killers of the Flower Moon is longer than part 2 of Dune. And don't you dare show it with an intermission. If you want it that way, watch it on your iPhone. Killers of the Flower Moon, like Ted Lasso or Schmigadoon. It's all content made for a streaming service with a business model that is kind of a mess. Hey, 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 your lazy eye, in addition to the way you smell like fish. I knew you were my teacher, and I'd have to stay with you for Christmas time. Here's Mary Lamb, cafeteria cooks undied in Vietnam. The 3 of us together, since the other kids just took a chopper ride. Hey, holdovers, we might take a field trip down to Boston, Mass. It's like a class, I'll sneak away to see my dad. Hey, holdovers, this trip is the reason my new favorite teacher, you, gets fired. Hey, 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 hey. Now and then I think of when we were a couple, when we were married and you saw me kiss a guy. I made you feel like you were such a fool. Someone left Snoopy in the vestibule. Then we were fighting and we watched him floating by. I once was conductor for the New York Philharmonic. For West Side Story wrote the tunes, words by Sondheim. But these are details in a great long life. So here's a story about me and my wife, and all the things I did that made her kind of sad. Like how about all the pills I took, and all the booze I drink when I go on a days-long bender. And look, I am conducting now, and I'm doing such a good job, but I need your love. And now we're getting older now, and now you're sick and our whole family's dancing to a record. And now I'm old and filled with woe. I am Leonard Bernstein, aka Maestro. I am Leonard Bernstein, aka Maestro. A house filled with lots of Nazis. Look at them now, they're a family. They're doing laundry, just like you and me. They're trying on clothes, where are they at? At first we don't know, then we realize the sounds that we hear. It soon becomes clear that Auschwitz is near. An experimental film. It's less about the story being told you, and more about a mood that unfolds you in the zone of interest. You're in the zone of interest. You're in the zone of interest. You need to see it in a theater to appreciate its core ideas. You're in the zone of interest. You're in the zone of interest. You're in the zone. On a date when we're 12 years old. Then one of us moves to Toronto. Hands up if you think that it's just bad luck, or maybe it's our past lives. 12 years later you live in NYC. I just got finished with the military. We tried to meet up, but it doesn't work. Or maybe it's our past lives. A dozen years later, it's too late to date her. Her husband, he seems nice. We go out and grab a bite, talk about our past lives. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Whoa, oh, it's always our past lives. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Never works out, but we try. It's always our past lives.
Hiya, Bobby. Mr. Strauss. It's pronounced Strauss.
Okay. Oppenheimer man, doing what he can. Quantum physics, wowing critics. He can build a bomb by splitting the atom. Imagination, death is his creation. Come on, Bobby, let's go party. Oppenheimer man, doing what he can. Second World War, what is it good for? He might go too far by gazing at the stars. Mass destruction, that is his true function. I'm a guy with a wife in a sciencey life. I like poems, but don't call me a commie. I might help a good cause, I might like the applause, but my main thing is building a bommy. Am I good? Am I bad? Some might say he's complicated. Oppenheimer man, doing what he can. Shot in IMAX, based on true facts. Sweeping the awards is what this film is for. Chrissy Nolan, maybe get a gold man. Release Coyote versus Acme. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Release Coyote versus Acme. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Release Coyote versus Acme. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Release Coyote versus Acme. Oh, Christopher Nolan used to make films for Warner Brothers, but they stopped respecting filmmakers. Now they like to throw films in the garbage for tax write-offs. They could have had Oppenheimer, but they blew it.
And now, the Academy Awards.
Please welcome retired filmmaker George Lucas.
Hello, I'm George Lucas, creator of Star Wars, and welcome to the George Lucas Talk Show, Oscar Night, Oscar Show. Joining me, of course, is GLTS producer Patrick Cotner. Patrick, how are you?
I'm good, George. How are you?
Oh,
I'm happy. I'm happy that you said joining me, of course, because every time I'm nervous, I won't get asked for the next one.
Oh, for the next Oscars?
Or the next show, just the next anything, you know?
Well, don't worry so much.
Okay.
Are you excited about the Oscars tonight?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I've seen 9 of the 10.
Mm-hmm.
I did
Which
not
one?
see the-
I wonder which one you didn't see and why.
Do you want to make a guess?
I don't think you saw Past Lives.
I did see Past Lives.
I don't think you saw Oppenheimer.
I saw Oppenheimer.
I don't think you saw Barbie.
I saw Barbie.
I don't think you saw The Zone of Interest.
I did not see The Zone of Interest.
Oh, wow. Well, that's interesting. Let's move on. Why you don't like ambitious filmmaking?
I ran out of time. It was one of those things where,
Wow.
sitting down to watch a subtitle movie it's a lot. I watched Anatomy of a Fall last night, though.
Right? Do you think she murdered him or not?
Spoilers, but I do think she did.
The medley spoiled half of those movies.
I guess that's true.
I sort of make a point of as much as I can revealing the entire plot of all the movies during the medley, which I feel like for people who enjoy the medley, they should be okay with it because part of the strength of the medley is how many full plots of films
I think
are fully destroyed.
And you do a good job every year. Every year, people are saying in the chat too, every year is better than the last year.
And I know people are busy and people aren't always able to see the movies in time, but I figure if by Oscar night you are watching an Oscar special and you haven't seen one movie or another,
that's on you.
You don't need a spoiler warning. You should know if someone's about to sing a medley about those movies, you might hear the actual ending of the movie.
They set off a bomb in Oppenheimer.
That's right.
Sorry.
Who are you apologizing to?
I don't know. George, can we do a little bit of business up top?
Oh yeah, what a great way to start the show with business, like a meeting.
Is that okay?
Like a business meeting.
We just haven't been here in a while, and I want to catch people up on some upcoming things.
Hold on, are they about to present an award? Because one of the things we do offer this service is
best supporting actress.
Yeah, we try to keep only a few seconds behind the actual announcement. Jamie Lee Curtis is currently presenting. They cut to Jodie Foster in the audience.
Yeah.
I don't have the sound on because I'm doing this, and it would be disrespectful and illegal to pirate the sound.
Yeah.
But right now there's a split screen of Jamie Lee Curtis and Jodie Foster. I don't know why.
And George, I'll say this. I'm streaming it through ABC, so I'm even a few seconds behind you.
Oh, wow. So I can tell you even before you know.
Yeah.
Jodie Foster just did this. Mwah.
Okay.
She did a moi.
Great.
There's many people standing on stage. Is that Mary Steenburgen? Who
Yeah.
else?
What do you think happened to Mary Steenburgen in the Curb world?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're
She
right.
just kind of disappeared, and they never really brought it up again.
Oh, I see. John Krasinski is there in an all-white tuxedo.
Great. That's some good news.
That's some good news. They're talking at the audience. That
Sure.
I can only assume this is a good bit.
Yeah.
I think this looks like right now. One of the things they're doing that I really like is they're doing a curved split screen,
Mm-hmm.
which you don't often see. People often will go for a hard diagonal or a straight up and down.
How many stars of Clifford do you think will be on the Oscars tonight? Because right now we have one.
One. I think that
We've got Steenburgen. Do you think Martin Short is there?
no.
Do you think Richard Kind is there?
No.
Do you think Dabney Coleman is there?
No.
Okay. That might be it then.
I think we may have maxed out. I think for fans of Clifford who are watching the Oscars for that reason, you could probably tune out now. Well,
Who do you think is going to win, George?
Who do I think is going to win?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You know, I know there are. I don't follow the. I know there are betting odds pools that betting pools that are predicting.
Yeah.
Well, I like this. I think what they're doing. I've gone on. I'm slow to this. I think what they're doing is everyone's getting an introduction.
Yeah, to each one
from a past winner, and it looks like they're talking kind of heartfelt. This looks like the kind of thing that could make the show very long, but I don't think that's the problem.
Do you think they're going to do that for will that get down to like sound mixing?
I would love it if past sound mixers would. I don't see it's only once a year.
Yeah.
I do think that there are so many award shows.
Yeah.
The Oscars should distinguish themselves by being longer and more detailed and filled with more nuance. There's a more opportunity to be surprising and have genuine human moments.
Yeah. Now they did start an hour earlier this year. Do you think they're going to go an hour longer, or do you think they're going to stop?
Was that just because of daylight savings time?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. Oh wait, am I pluralizing right? It's daylight saving times or daylight's saving time?
I think it's
daylight saving time. I think that's the correct thing, but I actually prefer daylight savings time.
Dave, can you look that up for us?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that the plural in there is wrong and that it's daylight saving time.
Sure. I don't want to say anything again because last time you called me out on
every time I've called you out, I can't even keep track of it.
It was that Dynasty, and you yelled at me.
That curved.
It's saving time, singular.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I know you were right. I thought
you were shaking your head like I was a real dodo bird.
I thought you were a dodo bird, but I was the dodo bird.
Jersey Dave, the dodo bird. Who would have thought? Yeah. So far, no awards been given out, but they spent a lot of time paying tribute, which I think is great because. Oh, and we have our first winner. I think. Who do you think it is?
I think it's Divine Joy Randolph.
You're right.
Look, I'm pulling for Holdovers. Holdovers is my movie this year. Big fan. I like it.
I think what they just did, and I don't know if they're going to do it for every category. I kind of hope they do.
Yeah.
They put a lot of attention into all of the nominees and made them feel good.
Yeah.
Which I think takes a little bit of the sting out of.
Sure.
I do think there's something about showing up and just being there in case you win. And the second you don't win, you're sort of not part of the focus anymore. Sure. And everyone's like, oh, Annie Hall's the best.
Oh, look at her. She's so happy. Danson is there. Steenburgen and Danson are there.
Danson at the Oscars? If we get a shot of him leaving his seat, they'll be dancing in the aisles.
Yeah.
On Oscar night, which is something
all
that
right,
doesn't always happen.
Let me do some biz.
Let's do the business right
All
now.
right, we have some upcoming shows right here. Upcoming shows. Look at
there it says it right there.
Right there. Our first show is on March 23rd, which is 13 days from now. We're going to Seattle. We're going to be in Seattle for the first time.
Yeah.
And the Seattle show is a combo because there's a documentary about the George Lucas Talk Show that will be playing at the Make Believe Fest in Seattle, but we're also doing a talk show there. We had we announced it this week, a slight scheduling change. Someone booked a gig, which is great. But I can announce that we have a new lineup right now, which is co-creator of The Daily Show, Madeline Smithberg, which rules, and Karen Prell, who plays Red Fraggle on Fraggle Rock. She was a Pixar animator. She works for Valve, the video game company. She worked there for a long time. Very cool. We may have one more guest, but that's where we're at right now. So those tickets are almost gone from what I've heard. So if you're in the Seattle area, you should grab them pretty soon because they're going to be gone soon, right? Then the next day, we're going to Portland, George.
I know. This is not news to me. These announcements are for other people.
We're doing 2 shows in Portland. We're doing an early show and a late show on March 24th. The early show, it's comic book night on the George Lucas Talk Show. We have Matt Fraction, we have Kelly Sue DeConnick, and Brian Michael Bendis. A crazy lineup. Matt Fraction, George, I don't know if you've watched Monarch on Apple TV, but that's Matt Fraction's show, and it's great. Kurt Russell show, Wyatt Russell show, it's great. So we have those 2 shows. Those tickets are also going quick, and it's a smaller venue, so they're gonna fill out soon. So if you're in either of those cities or around those cities, you should come. Now this is a brand new announcement, George. We have not said this one publicly before. This is the first time we're doing it. April 13th, Brooklyn, Littlefield. We will be there. Special guest. We'll find out who. We've never been at Littlefield before, but it's exciting. It's a cool venue. We're also doing some screenings of the documentary. Seattle, obviously March 23rd. Tuesday, April 16th, Nighthawk in Brooklyn. I just locked in a very cool Oscar-nominated moderator for the Q&A after the movie that day. So if you come to that, we'll announce that soon, and you'll be able to hear who that is very soon. Friday, April 19th, the Frida in Santa Ana, California. It's near Anaheim, near LA a little bit. We may also have some LA screenings that weekend. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, that just aren't announced yet. And then Tuesday, May 7th at IFC. It's part of the Doc NYC Festival at the IFC Center. But that Nighthawk show on the 16th is going to be a lot of fun. And we're all going to be there. So it'll be fun.
I won't necessarily be there.
You might not be there, but a lot of friends of the show and the filmmakers of the documentary. I think at least friends of the show, Connor Ratliff, and I think Griffin Newman is going to be there too. Who has been on one? He called in earlier when he was cooking salmon a couple of years ago. Do you remember that?
It was on the second live show we did in person.
That's true. That's true.
Back a decade ago.
Yeah, he's in the documentary.
10 years ago, yeah.
He's in the documentary. So
are we done with business? It's Oscar night, Patrick.
We're done with business. It's Oscar night.
Well, so far, the Holdovers is sweeping the Oscars. They've won all the awards so far, except were there weekend awards that were given out, technical awards?
I don't know.
Did that or no?
I didn't hear about them.
They used to do that?
Yeah, they did.
What
Maybe
happened?
it's after? I don't know.
It doesn't. It's too late. If once you announce Best Picture, you can't give out a technical award.
I guess that's true. I don't know.
Do some research, or Jersey Dave, do some research.
Is that only Emmys or is that also Oscars?
I don't know.
They usually do the like special achieve, like they give it to David Lynch or they give it to whoever early, but I don't know if they also do other stuff.
I'm sure they were busy all weekend.
I'm sure they probably were.
Do you think now? Let me ask you this: do you a lot of these movies are streamies, and some of these, and they all got theatrical releases, but some of them are streamies?
Yeah.
How do we think the streamies are going to do after a tumultuous year? A lot of tumult in the industry caused by the digital streaming revolution.
Yeah.
Do we think that so far Holdovers is a non-streamy? You can stream it now.
Yeah.
It wasn't made to.
It's not made to be streamed. What do we got? We got Killers of the Flower Moon was a streamy.
Made to be a streamy.
Is that it?
No, Maestro. Got made. Netflix movies are made.
I forgot. I saw Maestro in a theater, so in my brain, it is not a streamy.
Yeah, but don't you remember when you saw it in the theater to go?
I guess that's true. True.
Well, if it goes it's not even supposed to be in a theater. It got there by happenstance because they wanted to awards, but
they lucked out.
But they don't like giving big long runs to movies in the theaters.
They should. It's a shame.
It's a shame.
It's a shame. I wish I saw. I liked watching Anatomy of Fall at home, but I wish I saw it in the theater, and I should have. It was a mistake.
You watched it in your house?
I watched it on that TV right there.
Now, what kind of window situation do you have in your home? If you fell out the window, would you be in trouble?
No, because weirdly, I'm on the first floor, but the ground is almost at the window. So if I fell out, I could literally just step out.
Are you able to fall out the window?
I don't think so.
You couldn't even if you tried. So Anatomy of a Fall,
I feel pretty confident I would be okay.
You've protected yourself against an Anatomy of a Fall type situation.
Yeah. I also have a screen, and the other window is like a sliding door, which leads to a porch, So like, even if I fell, it's a porch.
Right. Yeah. That movie really does. It really does point out the importance of screens on windows.
True. What do you think? Do you think she killed him?
I don't know. They wouldn't say.
But you can't just come up with something for yourself?
Well, I mean, I could make up a story, but I don't know if she really did or if she really didn't. It seems like a Schrodinger's cat kind of movie where both things are true, and it just depends on what you want to pick.
Snoopinger's dog, more like.
No, that's a Maestro thing. Maestro's a Snoopy film. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel is back. He's making a joke. He makes a joke. He gesture like this and makes some sort of joke.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was a sincere comment, but he's always joking. So my default with Jimmy is that he'd be saying something a little fun.
Sure.
Looks like Divine is now talking to the camera from the audience.
That's good.
So it looks like so far getting a good advance segment before giving out an award. And now it looks like there's some after award conversation. So far, we're a half hour into the show.
Yeah.
One award given out, and it's sort of like a deluxe. It's like a special edition of lots of bonus features.
What if they only do it for that category? What if only supporting actress gets all the former actresses to talk about you?
Because they're first. It's because you go first.
Yeah.
It's like you get all the bonuses.
Yeah.
People start getting tired. They start getting punchy.
Yeah.
You know how it is. Like sometimes the first part of the show will be very prepared and there'll be a lot of things to deal with. And then later in the show, it's just sort of exhausted people just trying to live their lives on camera.
Do you think anyone's going to do debut this year?
Debut meaning a prank?
No. Like the dance debut.
No. I think debut had one chance to shine at the Oscars, and I don't see it coming back.
That's the shame.
I think there's gonna be no slaps this year.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
Who's gonna slap who? Who could possibly slap
who? Do you wanna play this game? This will be fun.
I don't know that there's anybody there who's gonna slap anybody else this year.
I think who's there? Let's think. Who is there?
We know that Mary Steenburgen's there. Okay, now a bunch of some avatars just popped up on the screen. In the back.
I just saw Rango.
Animated characters popped up in the back.
Oh wow!
And it looks like maybe some animated characters are going to talk to these animated shorts and say inspiring things.
Oh my goodness!
So, do we think that Rango is going to talk to Pachyderm and say, "Here's why I think you're great"?
Imagine if Rango showed up on the 2024 Oscars.
I think it's possible that is what we're watching, because it looked like a disparate crew of animated characters.
Yeah.
All right, and who's the winner? Who's the winner? The Chiron work on the Oscars.
I saw Letter to a Pig. I saw that.
Well, I'm looking to see they don't do the Chiron quickly enough for people who are watching and waiting for, because right now they have that golf announcer device where they're saying this is their first win and their second, whatever the thing they did second would be.
I think Phineas, Billie Eilish's brother, is going to slap David Krumholtz.
Oh boy,
that's what I think.
Friend of the show, David Krumholtz. Okay, so David Mullins and Brad Booker won for. Oh my gosh,
something called War is Over.
War. Oh yeah, so this is a John and Yoko related thing.
I guess. Yeah, isn't that one of the kids?
Yeah, Happy Christmas.
That's standing up. I think it's one of the.
Is that Julian or is that Sean Lennon?
I don't know.
I assume Sean. So now we're 2 awards. I don't know what those characters in the back are. Those characters from the nominated films that pop.
I imagine those are characters from the shorts. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it looks like now it's just the character from that. That's an interesting little device.
Sure.
I do miss the old days when an animated character would show up to present animated shorts.
It was great. I wish they kept doing it. When like Mike and Sully were in the audience.
It seems like the technology is such they can do it better than ever.
Yeah.
And there are loads of new cartoon characters who could show up and interact.
Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon could be there.
All sorts of fun characters.
The cowboy Spider-Man that Taron Killam played could be there. George, are you excited for the Sam Mendes Beatles movies?
Sure. Yeah, I'm excited for any movie.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Okay, and now now it looks like an animated feature. So the boy.
Do you think Yoko is at the ceremony? Probably not, right?
I don't think so, but I would love it.
Do you think she knows that Watto's there?
Oh wow, they could have carpooled.
They could have carpooled. It would have been easy.
Okay, now these are all these features that are up for this. This is a very exciting. I produced a handful of animated features over the years.
Yeah.
Now, is this you think Spider-Man is gonna?
I think Spider-Man's probably gonna win
this. I mean, we'll know moments from now.
I did not see Boy and the Heron. I wish I did. I saw Nimona. I saw Elemental. I saw Spider-Man. I don't remember what the 5th one is.
There's so many.
Robot Dreams. I did not see Robot Dreams.
Robot Dreams. I like that it just says Oscars on top.
Yeah.
And there's we haven't talked a lot about the logo. The A has a little Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
Up the middle of the letter.
You like that?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good.
Boy and the Heron. Look at that.
That was Boy and the Heron that won?
Yeah.
All right.
How am I multiple seconds behind you and I knew before you did?
My screen is way over on the other side of the room. It's a big room. Yeah. And you're watching right there on your
they gave Chris Hemsworth the Oscar for Boy and the Heron. That's cool.
This is Hemsworth's first win for Best Animated Feature.
If you're not there and someone has to collect it for you, they should get to keep it.
Or they should get a special Oscar that's much smaller, but just as solid.
Yeah,
and
kind of like
it's like this is for picking it up.
Yeah, the ones they used to give to like Shirley Temple or whatever. You remember the little ones?
Mm-hmm.
They should give Chris Hemsworth a little one, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's an exciting night. No slaps, no debut. What's going to be the defining bit of nonsense that happens this year? What was last year's nonsense? Was there any?
Well, there was a rumor on Variety about one of the bits. Do you want me to spoil a bit that might be coming?
Sure, why not? I don't care.
I heard that Jimmy's going to drink tequila with some audience members and Guillermo.
Oh boy. Are we gonna get some Matt Damon runners?
Oh, I'm sure he's gonna say that guy stinks. I bet he's gonna say it so many times.
There are times where I wonder that bit's gone on so long. I wonder if it might be real that they really don't like each other.
Maybe
because it's such a long running bit.
I
have to, or I wonder if it started fake, but now there might be genuine animosity.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting a commercial with UCB's Lauren Adams.
Oh, from the
That's fun.
Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt and other things.
Yeah, it's a Wayfair commercial, and former guest of GLTS Neil Casey is in it, and Mary Holland, former guest. A lot of friends in this one. Offer only Mary Holland.
It looks like 911 is coming to ABC. Maybe.
Oh wow,
that was a Fox show.
Yeah,
the industry is in a crazy place right now.
It's in crisis. George.
911 is on ABC.
That's
was
too
on
many
Fox.
numbers and letters.
And it looks like the 911 people are always getting into hot water. They look like they were on a ship that was sinking.
Or hot fire in some cases.
It's a pretty wild circumstance. So you think, I'm an emergency responder.
Yeah.
Why am I always in emergencies?
There's now, George, not to go all LA on you, but there are billboards everywhere for this season of 911 with the ship tipping over.
So are they a boat now? Is this like a
it's like a Gilligan's Island show, I think, but
like the love boat?
Yeah, I was gonna say the beginning of Gilligan's Island, like before the song.
You know who wrote here's a little trivia for you. You know who wrote the rejected first version of the Gilligan's Island theme song?
I do, but I'll let you say it.
No, I'll let you say it.
Little Johnny W.
Johnny Williams.
Yeah.
Check it out. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like his style. Like if you go in expecting John Williams classic style, this is not that.
It's pretty early for him.
Oh, it's very early.
That's pretty early.
I'm seeing a commercial for Elf Cosmetics. What am I watching? Mean Girls, the musical movie?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
How was it?
I enjoyed it.
That's
there were some product placements for Elf in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, do you like that? Like, do you like product placement in movies?
Not particularly. I think the commercial aspects of a film can exist outside of the film, unless it's a spoofy film.
Yeah.
And it veers towards spoofy, but not so. But it doesn't feel like there's a spoofy element to it. So I think the spoofier it gets, the more you can make a joke of it. But then again, you got to sell toys. You got to sell toys, and that's just another version of it.
There's a friend of the show in that movie.
Oh, John Hamm, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy's back. He is.
Thank God.
He's ready to make more jokes. Mark Ruffalo is in the audience. It looks like he's having a good time. He's laughing. Mm-hmm. He appreciates a funny moment, a lighthearted moment.
Yeah. And truly, George, the best news of the night is that my stream froze.
Your stream of the Oscars froze?
Yeah.
Well, right now, Jimmy's making gestures like this. He's two-handed joke teller. He's doing this, and he's sort of pivoting. He's got the hands. I put the hands together like this.
Yeah.
And I think he might have moved past the joke into perhaps required information.
Sure.
But I can't tell because sometimes he's very good at delivering a deadpan joke. Now we're going into a pre-taped segment. And no, we're not. It was a camera move that tricked me. They were pushing in toward the camera, and then it slowly revealed two people walking around the corner. And there we go.
Now, George, I don't think we've talked about what you would do if you hosted the actual ceremony.
I would mostly do this. I would do the medley. I'd plug our shows.
Yeah. And that's pretty much it.
Take care of business. And then we start presenting awards. And I like this thing where it would be like, because I'm assuming they would talk to the people in the audience who are about to, and they would share a heartfelt tribute to them.
Are you a host who wants to be in it a lot? Or are you a host who's like, I did my thing, have fun?
Oh, I'm the host with the most.
Well, I knew that.
I'm a billionaire.
Sure. Do you think you would be the richest host of the Oscars ever?
Oh, maybe, yeah. Definitely.
Probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know who would top that.
What, is Billy Crystal piling up those City Slickers residuals to the point where he's in the billions?
Have any other major film directors hosted the Oscars ever? I don't think so.
Trying to think.
Theatrical film directors, because I know Billy did 61 Asterisk. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I would want to direct the show as well.
Yeah.
Or I'd want to produce the show and get someone else to direct it, but I want to sort of have my little bit of input in that. But if I was hosting,
we'd
do bits. Now it looks like screenplay, maybe original screenplay. I like when they type on the screen during the clips, because that sort of demonstrates, in case you didn't understand how movies are usually made.
Yeah.
You got to type them.
Yeah.
You can't. You got to type them.
That's how you make it.
And so I think it's really great that they show the typing on the screen.
Mhm.
Now, it would be bad if, although it wouldn't be bad because it'd just be like subtitles, but you don't want the subtitles to look too much like they are typing them. You know what I mean? It's because then that feels a little bit desperate.
Do they explain that what we are doing right now is we're typing like a script, like people who write the scripts do? Because I feel like if people don't know that that's how you write a movie, then they're going to be confused as to what's going on.
This show, the Oscars, is for it's for the insiders. They know what the deal is, but you rarely see it demonstrated like that.
Yeah.
So let's see. Oh, it looks like we have a winner. We have a winner for Best Original Screenplay. And they're walking up the aisle.
I'm hearing Anatomy of a Fall. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, I think it might be Anatomy of a Fall. And of course,
did you see May December, George?
Yes, I did.
I like May December.
I do too. And I think that now I heard the dog wasn't allowed to come to the Oscars.
But then I saw the dog earlier.
At the Oscars?
I saw a dog that looked exactly like that dog, so I'm assuming
they weren't allowed into the Oscars.
You think a splinter unit? You think they shot somewhere else? The one
Maybe
cutaway
they're
gag
outside the Oscar. Maybe they're outside the venue, not allowed in.
Everyone in the chat. Messi's there. The dog is there. Messi
dog
is there.
I don't see it.
Messi's there.
I don't
Cutaway
see
joke for Messi.
Why isn't dog coming up on stage?
Great question.
Dog's probably
why isn't the dog? Who writes dogs' dialogue if not the dogs themselves? You know.
Well, they probably don't want that kind of scandal.
Fair.
Dog gets up there, starts riffing, starts ad-libbing. People start realizing, like, this sounds a lot like the dog might have improvised all their dialogue. Yeah. I like the fashion here. She's wearing a long, tall, stripy, glittery stripe.
Yeah.
Suit, kind of a Beetlejuice sort of number.
Who?
And Beetlejuice. From the film Beetlejuice 2?
Oh, don't say it 3 times, George.
What do you mean?
You said it 3 times.
I don't believe he's real. I think he's movie magic.
Oh, no, George. He's going to, you know what? You're going to be so scared when he comes back into theaters this year.
He's funny.
He is funny.
I think Beetlejuice is funny.
You stop saying his name.
Does it start over if I do Beetlejuice?
If you say it 2 more times, that means he comes twice.
No, I only have to say Beetlejuice 1 more time, and now I've done it.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, it's true. But also, is there any resetting between, or you have to say it 1, 2, 3? I'm a big believer that you have to say it 1, 2, 3. With anything in between, resets it.
Cuts it off. Yeah.
So I don't think I've really done it. So that's very exciting. You know, writing is hard. I'm not a big. I'm a storyteller, but I'm not big on writing. So my hat's off. To the people who are truly great at it. Now we're into adapted screenplay.
Okay.
And
who do you think's going to win?
It's hard to say. These films are very different from one another.
Yeah.
It seems unfair to just give one of them an award. Are you going to see some clips of the one Oscar movie you haven't seen?
Yeah. I'm excited.
Oh, they show part of that's not the explosion. They do show an explosion in the Oppenheimer clip.
Spoiler: multiple explosions.
Now the Kenneth Branagh's character's name I think is Bohr, B-O-H-R, but because of the font and because of me just glancing at it for a second, I thought the H and the R were an N and a K, and I thought his name was Bonk. And I was about to think, I didn't catch that in the film, that Kenneth Branagh's character's name is Bonk. And that was, but it's not, it's Burr.
It's Burr.
Burr.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Bonk. It did just show
right?
up for me.
Bonk,
It does look like Bonk.
If anyone wants a screenshot from the Oscars of Bonk, Kenneth Branagh's character.
Oh wait, George, I had an idea for some fan art, and because I think we need a new poster. I brought this up with you. Can I mention it here and see if we get any good stuff?
Did American Fiction win?
Yeah, American Fiction won.
That looks like Cord, right? That's Cord. Or is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I after seeing Bonk, I doubt my own perception.
Sure. George, I want a poster for GLTS 10, Fandom Menace 25, Watto 25, George 80.
Mm-hmm.
For our touring shows this year. If anyone is interested in helping out with that, I want to do the Phantom Menace poster with the Anakin in the shadow behind him, but I want George to be Anakin and Watto to be the shadow.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Isn't that a good idea?
Yeah, I like that.
If anyone's interested in making that, hit me up because I think it would be a fun poster. I saw Cord talk about the movie after I saw the movie.
Do you like that?
I did like that. He was interesting. He's a writer on Watchmen.
And I bet you're excited about that because you like comic books.
Who watches them?
I've seen Watchmen, so I guess me.
Too. Me too.
Well, so
what?
How is this 4 awards, 5 awards now?
Yeah.
How many awards are given out during the ceremony? That's an interesting metric to judge tonight's.
My guess is like 15, maybe.
You think? That's your
Probably.
guess?
I bet it's that many.
So we're a third of the way in. That feels wrong.
You think it's more or less?
I think it's more.
Wow. I don't know.
Because you got costumes, you got best original costumes, best adapted costumes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my favorite one is adapted costumes.
One of the things about doing these shows during the Oscars is that I don't hear what happens. It's been years now since I've heard what happens during the Oscars, except for a few occasional clips after the fact.
Yeah.
It's a visual experience, but I do get a sense of everyone's energy, and I'm having to sort of like fill in the blanks.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell a lot about people's speech styles
from
just watching the way they deliver their speeches.
Yeah.
And you can tell when people are making a joke, and you can tell when it's a dry joke.
Yeah.
Now it looks like a best song nominee. So this is the What Was I Made For from the Barbie movie.
Mm-hmm.
And does this song reach you in an emotional way, Patrick?
The Billie Eilish song?
Yeah.
I like that song. I think it's good.
But do you find it emotionally powerful?
Yeah, sure.
Because it's all those high-pitched sounds?
Yeah, I think it stimulates my brain in a good way. What about you, George?
Yeah, it's emotional because it's very it's like a bird singing.
Sure.
Much more like a bird than a lot of songs.
She's like a bird. She wants to fly away. I mean, now you're singing it like Miss Piggy.
And the piano player, and it looks like is the camera moving or are they moving? They might be on a spinning platform, or it might just be the camera's moving a little bit. I think they're moving. Yep, they're spinning around a little circle, and they got a circle behind them. And now the circle's opening up, and there are more musicians. What a big reveal.
Yeah.
Inside what you thought was just a projected circle is actually like a weird little planet filled with tiny musicians who are fleshing out the orchestration, the arrangement. So it started as just piano and voice, I'm assuming is now fully expanded into a menagerie of instruments. Oh, there's string instruments, and the people who play the strings, they're very, who would love to be there right now?
Oh,
Mr. Leonard Bernstein, the maestro.
The maestro himself.
The maestro himself would
Wait,
love.
did you see, because Watto's there tonight. We haven't even talked about this.
Yes, Watto, one of the things famously about our Oscar night live streams is that Watto is frequently attending the Oscars and he can't be there. So do we have a clip?
I saw this clip earlier. I was watching red carpet coverage and he popped up with a friend of yours, George.
Oh.
Keep right here, right here. Keep one more back this way. Keep one more back this way. Get in the middle.
He's getting in the way. He's taking all those pictures with Key.
That's fun.
Isn't that fun?
That's fun. That gives you a sense of Watto's size as well.
He's tiny. You don't get that as much. He's usually pretty tiny.
Yeah. I do regret that, you can't make every movie, but like Mattel getting into the movie business, and they're they have an aggressive slate of movies that are planned for various toys.
Yeah.
They're going to come out with movies, and it looks like they want them to be prestige products and products that will draw an audience. They've set the bar very high with Barbie, with an Oscar nominated movie that makes over $1 billion at the box office.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes me think, if Kenner back in the day had gotten into the movie business, we could have made a Star Wars action figure movie. Think about what the Barbie movie might have been like if it had been about the whole line of Star Wars action figures.
Yeah.
They could have asked that question. What was I made for?
And you want a similar plot.
So, yeah. Like, here's what would be a great one. Maybe, well, there's the classic era. You can make them during the classic Kenner era. But then, back when I made the first Star Wars movie, we licensed the characters to basically anyone who was willing to fork up some money. We would say you can make lollipops or tote bags or whatever. And
oh no, George, look who's on camera.
Who's on camera? Friend of the show, Tony Hale.
Oh, at least for me, I see a man whose name you said multiple times and almost summoned.
Oh, Beetlejuice?
Yeah.
I summoned Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
I don't think you summon Beetlejuice if you say something.
Stop saying it multiple times in a row.
But I'm never saying the 3 words, just word, which I think is how it works.
Do you want to try it?
Why? Why risk it?
Someone in the chat, Jade, was asking, did I put on the full suit or am I just wearing the top? And the answer is, I am wearing a full suit, including shoes.
And now you're doing the poor things dance. Patrick.
Yeah.
So we made a lot of Jar Jar toys. And then when there was sort of a backlash to the character, it was sort of like an E.T. Atari situation when my buddy Steve made E.T. and Atari made a video game that was in the early days of video game design, and people weren't thrilled with the gameplay or the graphics, certainly.
Yeah. And
so there's a notorious landfill filled with E.T. Atari video games. A lot of Jar Jar Binks merchandise.
Yeah.
This is also, tying into my old company, Pixar, a little bit Toy Story sort of adjacent, but I think it was an area where I probably just was so fixated on making the main stories that it really didn't have the bandwidth to make, the Barbie movie could have been the Jar Jar movie, questioning, his existence as a character and his existence as merchandise.
Sure.
And we're now in the commercial break again. So we've given out a handful of awards on the Oscars so far, but there have been quite a few commercial breaks.
I do feel like not enough awards so far.
Well, because that first one was so detailed. It was so caring. It was so in-depth. They followed up afterwards with additional discussion.
Yeah.
And they've blazed through a few of these as well, but we've also had a full song and a monologue.
Sure.
So that's a lot.
I guess it's a lot. I guess you're right. I just feel like if you got 10 Best Picture nominations to get through, it feels like...
have they even talked about any of the Best Picture? Are they going to do that thing where someone...
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think they are going to do that. I think they've cut that part.
Yeah.
And they'll probably just have... What's happening?
George! There's someone here, George.
Patrick, what's happening?
There's a guest here, George.
I mean, we haven't announced any guests.
There might be multiple guests here, George.
Well, let's take a look. Do you want to go into the chat and ask them to introduce themselves?
So guests who are here right now, the way that we introduce guests on the show is we have you write your own introduction in the private chat, and we will read it verbatim. So whatever you want to write, we will read it.
And I'm not even going to go in the private chat because I want to be surprised.
Yeah. Private chat, if you could see it, it's on the side.
Yeah, and there should be a little alert.
Yeah.
Mine has the number 10. I've been ignoring private chat message. Oh, now I'm seeing 11. I haven't been checking the private chat, so I barely know how to work my cell phone.
That's true. That's true. You're 80. You're almost 80.
Yeah, I turn 80 later this year in May.
I know. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Do you have
I feel almost presidential.
Do you have birthday plans?
Trying to make some birthday plans.
Yeah. Okay.
It's hard. Ooh, wait. The Oscars went black and white, except the screen is in color. Something interesting is happening.
The Oscars went black and white, except the screen is in color.
The whole audience, everything, the sign, it all looked black and white.
Yeah.
Is this the Oscars? Is this a commercial? I don't even know what's happened.
I don't know. I love watching the guests frantically type in stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
There's a thing happening where so the Oscars looks like it went black and white in the design. I think they might have just mentioned a couple of things. Yes,
George. These married songwriters love music almost as much as they love Oh, excuse me. I read it wrong. These married songwriters love music as much as they love nachos. Please welcome to the show, Kristen Anderson-Lopez and Bobby Lopez.
Hey, George. Hey, Patrick.
Hi, George. Hi, Patrick.
Oh, happy Oscar night to both of you.
To you as well.
And to you.
I almost said almost as much as you love nachos, but I want to be clear. It's as much as you love nachos.
Maybe more.
Normally, Watto reads the guest intros, so cut Patrick a little bit of slack. But I actually was very alarmed when at first he said, "These married songwriters loves music." And I thought,
We does
loves music, and we also loves the nachos.
Oh,
That's
no.
great. Well, you can have cheeseburgers tonight if you can make it all the way to In-N-Out Burger after the show. But you're not. You're on the East Coast.
We're miles and miles from In-N-Out Burger.
But I do a good In-N-Out style smash burger.
Actually, Bobby's smash burger is actually the best burger I've ever tasted, and it's based on the In-N-Out model.
Interesting.
Wow. How do you have secrets that you can tell us, or do you like to keep it yourself?
No secret. It's the special sauce on the bottom bun. Then
Make it secret, and maybe we can monetize it.
Hey,
I think In-N-Out has gotten there already.
The Lopez cookbook.
Right.
Yeah.
But actually, the smash burger, the secret is it's never touched by human hands. Right. That's the.
I mean. Yeah, I don't know if smash burgers. You take a ice cream scoop and put the wad of meat right on the hot skillet and then smash it down.
Who else has said wad of meat tonight? By the way,
You're the first.
Who would have thought that when you guys came on here, this is how we'd start the conversation?
Well, now here's the
Happy
thing.
Oscars.
I might have.
Sometimes you'll see fun little videos online where of dogs or cats, and they'll cut to a shot, and it'll be the dogs and cats' paws like typing or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Has me thinking: is it still a smash burger if you get some animal friends involved in can they touch the meat, or is it said human hands? Makes me wonder: could Watto make a smash burger as a Toydarian, not human at all, and handle the meat all he wants?
This is a good question. And
I would eat a Toydarian burger in a minute.
I think it has to do with the temperature of a Toydarian's hands. Toydarian's hands, because
Toydarian.
A Toydarian.
Okay.
If they are at like room temperature or below as reptilian figures, then they would not affect the texture of the fat in the meat, and so you actually maybe they might be superior smash burger makers.
Now, George, this brings up a great question that we've never asked you. Yeah. Is Watto cold-blooded?
Emotionally, yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Ruthless.
How are you guys?
Now, let me ask, how's your fry game, Bobby?
I can do it. I've got a fryer out in Connecticut where I try to do McDonald's-y fries.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I got it down as good as McDonald's, but that's what I'm going for.
The anxiety level of trying to be as good as McDonald's should at least give him some credit, because he'll worry about it all day. He will.
It's a hard job.
Mm-hmm.
What is your favorite thing to cook? Both of you.
She doesn't really cook.
I'm a terrible cook.
Great.
I'm a horrible cook. I'm okay at chicken cutlets.
And chili.
Oh, and
she makes a mean chili.
I make a really good chili based on my father's recipe that he passed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was it based on? I know some people will sort of rate their own home chili, like their family chili recipe, based on the number of alarms. They'll say 5-alarm chili. Is there a name for the family recipe?
Well, we're Lutheran.
Mm-hmm.
So alarms and Lutherans don't do we're not. It's not
a spicy.
It's not a spicy thing.
Sure.
All right.
But I can say that we have won
95 feces. Chili.
The 95. I can say that we have won our street. There's actually a chili contest on our street in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
For every what is it called? When they close it, what's it called?
Oh, like a neighborhood street food.
No, but yeah, there's a word for it. When they close it, it's our street.
Like a block party?
Oh, yes, thank you.
You two and your awards. I mean, I say this as someone I've won a fair amount, but you can't make a pot of chili without winning. You're even you were just established as you can't cook except for your award-winning chili.
I do have an award-winning chili, but the awards were special. We got the the unique.
It's my Oscar, my lifetime.
Congratulations.
Right. Yeah, where it's okay, all right, you couldn't pick a movie.
True. You're just ahead of your time.
Was it a certificate or did you get an actual trophy?
I feel like
we got a wooden spoon.
Oh yeah,
that was the trophy. It was It was a really nice one.
That's good. So they really put you won a wooden spoon for your family Lutheran chili recipe.
Mm-hmm. But it's full of fiber and vegetables, so
that's good.
It's also really good for you.
So it's responsible.
Yes, 3 peppers, 3 bean chili.
It's great stuff.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
Full of fiber. But Bobby is really the cook in our family. If we're
what's the go-to, Bobby, besides burgers?
And how many awards have you won?
I've not won any awards. I have a good salmon. I've got sort of a adobo salmon that I do that people like. And
Filipino.
Part Filipino. And I have I have a pizza oven in Connecticut, and I make pretty good pizza. People like pizza.
He makes amazing pizza. He makes really amazing pizza. So much so that we're please don't make any more pizza because pants need to fit.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
Is there a part of you that ever thinks about making pizza professionally, or is it something that it's just for the love of the?
I would, if I had to do something else, if people stopped, if I stopped being able to write music, or if people stopped liking it, that's what I might look to.
We fully had a moment during the pandemic when I was okay, I'm not sure what's going on with theater and the movies. Where would we pivot? And Bobby was I would like to have a pizza or a burger restaurant, but you can't have a pizza and a burger restaurant because then no one will trust either one. So you would have to.
Yeah.
But I feel like sometimes you go places that have a lot of stuff, and even if they have a lot of stuff, you're still well, they have chili that's very good, or they have, an omelet that's really good here. So even if you have a lot of things, if you have the 2 things that you're known for, you could get away with it.
The pizza and burgers, they never you never have really good pizza and burgers in the same place, right?
Do you ever put the burger meat on the pizza?
What's that? What?
Do you ever put the burger meat on the pizza?
Never. That's an interesting idea.
No, but he does like the loose sausage.
Okay.
Don't we all?
We all do. Yeah, we all do.
He does enjoy a little crumbled sausage. Although he's got a really good hot honey. He uses Mike's hot honey and pepperoni. and that's the new family favorite.
That's good.
That's
good.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like Hot Honey is really having a moment.
It is. Although I heard in the New York Times that Cabbage is having a moment. So now I don't believe in this whole idea of things having a moment.
Hot Honey and Cabbage sounds like a good name for a comedy duo. Or like a musical duo, or an old-timey musical duo or something like Hot Honey and Cabbage. If you were introduced that duo in any venue, you at least get, I think you at least get 10 seconds of like, what could this be? Like, where really, which you don't always have that with an intro. Like, where people are like, hold on, let's not leave yet. Hot Honey and Cabbage are coming out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the song stylings of Mr. Hot Honey and Cabbage.
You're like, which one is Hot Honey and which one is Cabbage?
I do
Hang on, George.
Yeah.
You're hosting SNL. They're the musical guests. Can we hear it?
Yes.
And now, Hot Honey and Cabbage. I do hope, and I think there's a slim chance because this is just something that we thought up. I would love it if the actual Oscars tonight, if Hot Honey and Cabbage would present an award.
There's time. There's still time.
Like, if there's one savvy person producing the show who has this live stream like on a second or third screen, and they're like, quick,
get him.
Can we get Hot Honey and Cabbage to present? And they're like,
the best song
category. And they're like,
yeah,
Bump Harrison, get Hot Honey and Cabbage.
How many times have you guys been to the Oscars?
Three.
Trilogy.
Do
you have any? What's the standout memory besides winning? Like, is there we saw X and we talked about this, whatever.
On my Facebook, they just came up with the the 10-year anniversary memories or whatever, and I was looking through the photos, and one of them was us on that big staircase at the Dolby. Yeah. And it's just sort of us getting in a cameo someone took, and I'm holding something, and I zoomed in, and it was string cheeses.
That's right. We have been told that you won't get to eat and you'll be very, very hungry.
Yeah.
And I must have had Bobby stuff his pockets with string cheese, which we did not eat, by the way. Like,
I had some.
Did you go up on stage with the string cheese in the
probably
coat?
in my pocket? Yeah. Wow. It was pretty warm by then.
I knew that if we won, Bobby was going to be the youngest EGOT winner ever. Mm-hmm. So I had my kids who were very young at the time. I had them make a macaroni necklace, a macaroni EGOT necklace.
Oh, that's amazing!
Tracy Jordan's from 30 Rock.
Yeah.
And I smuggled it in my luggage, and because the kids were not going to be there with us. Yeah. And I gave it I was like, it won't fit into my tiny little purse either. And Bobby would kill me if I pulled it out. If we got it, if I pulled it out as
that's true. I probably would have.
He would have not. That's not how Bobby rolls. Like, sure. He did not want it to be about him. Yeah. So I had our publicist hold it in their purse, and then when they met us backstage, I pulled out the EGOT necklace, that the pasta necklace that the girls had made.
That's the best.
That was a fun one.
That's great.
And then Adele Dazeem, that was the other memory of that year.
Yes.
Like our friend who was sitting with us had brought a flask, which was plastic because you can't get a metal flask through the metal detector.
Sure.
And he knew this ahead of time. He had a bourbon-filled plastic flask, and he was like, "You guys want some?" When our category was coming up, and we were like, "No, we want to stay clear-headed."
Yeah.
And then John Travolta said, "The wickedly talented Adele Dazeem,"
and I went,
"He's introducing her to sing your song." I didn't even think about that.
A very difficult song.
She was the last one. Like it opened with "Happy" from Pharrell, and there were all these amazing songs by amazing, everyone else was a rock star in our category. But we were last, and they said, "The wickedly talented Adele Dazeem," and I said, "Hand me that flask," because we did not know. We knew that Adina was sensitive about her name because Josh Gad had made fun of her in a like Oscar event.
Yeah.
And always messing up her name.
Yeah.
Like he kept sort of, maybe it was early.
It was like Adina Mental or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
And she was like, Josh, you know I'm upset about this.
Yeah.
And so then when it really, really happened, and then we knew she was gonna have to like belt a high F. But man, Adina pulled through. Like she did it. She did it.
Have you met Travolta since then?
I had met Travolta before that, but I have not met Travolta since then. So I did a year as an indentured musical theater servant at the Jupiter Theater in Florida. And Sally Kellerman, who was his very good friend, starred in MAME. And he flew Sally's family down and like came and stayed for a weekend.
He lives in Florida, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where he lives, but he did come and like hang out with the cast of Sally Kellerman's MAME in 1995. And I did get to meet him then.
Amazing. Someone in the comments, Missy, did just say, Mr. Lopez, I have to let you know one of my only explicit acts of teenage rebellion was to go to a touring production of Avenue Q, and my parents said I was absolutely not allowed to go.
No. That's one of the few acts of teenage rebellion that involve any musical. That's pretty cool.
Well, that's so nice.
Yeah. I saw the touring. I saw it in Hartford when it was touring around too. My 6th grade teacher's daughter burned me a copy of the soundtrack, which in retrospect she should not have done.
No.
That feels not
the internet is
because that's piracy.
It's piracy. It's true.
Like Han Solo.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Keeping your eye on the important things.
Yeah.
That money went to terrorists, Patrick.
I guess that's true.
Or the lack of money.
Sure.
In that
I'm
case,
so sorry.
That's how it works, right? Piracy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And striped pants.
Oh yeah, like a big blousey shirt and a sword.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Patrick, have we missed any awards being given out?
Yeah, what'd we miss?
I think we missed production design and makeup, I believe, were the two.
Oh, and who won?
It's a great question.
It's a great question, Patrick. It's a real producer question. I'm not going to catch it all. Right now, Marty's film is being plugged on here.
We just before we came on, we heard Billie Eilish sing "What Was I Made For." It was glorious, so beautiful.
Here we go.
We can't say who we voted for because we're both Oscar voters.
Yes. Poor Things won costume design.
Great.
Poor Things won production design. Poor Things won makeup and hairstyling.
Now here's what I'm going to ask you like a general question. Well, I won't ask for any specifics, but like, are there categories when you're voting where you feel like you're sort of guessing?
You can abstain. And when we feel like there are certain, you can fully abstain from a category if you're like, oh, I really didn't watch enough of the documentary films or the documentary shorts.
Or like you don't have an opinion on the sound mix or something.
Yeah.
Right. Although we care a lot about sound. Sound is really important to us.
Like you, George.
Yes.
I care about, of course I care about sound. I hate even going into the Dolby because I sort of feel like, why should we be going into the THX theater? How did this happen?
Yeah.
But
you'd all still be listening in mono if it weren't for you.
But do you care strongly about non-musical sounds like?
Yeah, we care about bringing them down so the songs can be heard.
The strings can come in over the. Is that an exciting moment for you in any film when sometimes there'll be a sequence and it'll be all explosions and sort of like harsh sounds, and then the music starts to take over and the sound effects go away.
It's the best.
That must feel really good for you guys.
No, it feels like what I imagine it feels like to go on Ritalin if you are an ADHD person. Like suddenly the world is coming into focus in the way that you want it to. Enough with this noise, enough with the traffic, enough with the bangs and the booms. Like, bring me a nice like piccolo with a violin supporting it, and maybe those nice woodwinds come in.
Yeah.
Is it easier to write fast songs or slow songs?
Slow songs, because there are fewer notes in a slow song, right?
Harder. I would say fast songs because you can get more syllables in. Slow songs, you have to be incredibly efficient.
I'm causing a family fight right now.
Like Moon River. Like they had to pick each word very carefully to go on that melody. When you get a fast song and you can go like, pardon me, is everybody there? Because everyone's there right a little, like you can shove a lot of stuff in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I suppose that's a point of view.
That's the lyricist point of view.
Now, do you have a preference in terms of whether your song, a silly song that makes people laugh and feel good versus a sad song that moves people to tears?
Well, last year we had a fun that Natu song was a real dancer, like a banger.
Like the Oscars.
That was silly and fun, and everyone loved that
and
one.
really powerful. Yeah, exactly. And yet, like, if you're gonna change the world, you know, what was I made for? And have people start to think like, what would it be like if I were a woman? So there's,
I suppose that sort of boils down to Ken or Barbie this year, right? Ken has the silly version of that.
Yeah,
what was I made for?
Yeah, but then you also got the Dua Lipa. You got Dance the Night Away. Sort of. That's a whole other vibe.
Yeah, I think it's really hard. It's like tuna or chocolate. Like tuna is really great. So is chocolate.
And like pizza and burgers, like you don't see a place that's like tuna and chocolate and they're really selling them both equally. Like if you go to a place that has good tuna, they probably don't have great chocolate, and vice versa. Like you go to a place like the chocolate stuff is great here. They're like, try the tuna. Like, the tuna here is not great.
If I had a place like that, I would definitely start with the tuna, then the chocolate. If I were to do both,
you're really a chocolatier. Your tuna game is not great. Like you're trying to have it all, and you can't. Like you have to make choices. You know.
When you're going up on stage, you've won, right? In that moment, what is going through your head? Is it, oh no, I need to remember everybody? Are you just totally zoned out? Like, what is the feeling going on in both of your brains?
Honestly, there's not the one thing if you are not a super famous person, is that you have exactly 30 seconds before they start playing you off.
Sure.
If you're a famous person who can be that kind of person who's like, oh no, you're not playing me off. But if you're not in that sort of privileged category, you've got 30 seconds to do your show and get off.
So we always book it up there.
Sure.
Right. It's always really important.
Basically, we do it. We're anxious, like pretty much every other situation in life.
we're two first children, so there's sort of like we have to follow the rules. They told us we get 30 seconds. Sure. We have, if we are also the kind of people who write the speech beforehand.
Yeah.
I write it.
You can't do a double speech without planning.
Right.
You rehearse it?
I try to get Bobby to rehearse it, but he doesn't really like to rehearse it. Yeah. And then I have to force him to rehearse it. Because
it's always like a real because the stakes seem so high.
Yeah.
And we already have to work together, all this, on everything, that to have to sort of put a personal expression, like collaborate on a personal expression for both of us can tend to cause even more friction than writing a song.
Yeah, it's not always our best moment when we have to write. And there's also this incredible shame of rehearsing if you have a 20% chance of winning. And there are some years that you're like, okay, that 20% is stronger. And then there's some years where it's like, it's a 3%.
Shame is the big theme.
Right.
Honestly.
What's the takeaway here?
A common thing that happens, you see it every year. There's always the multiple winners. There's always that person who gets the microphone right at the moment where it's too late.
Right.
And you see them starting to kind of give up.
Uh-huh.
Now, what I'm surprised because as collaborators who know that the potential is you're going to have to do a double speech, have you ever attempted to craft essentially a duet speech? The extreme version would be every other word. But if you can nail it right, it has an element of novelty that might cause a producer to be like, wait, hold on, something weird's happening here. They're doing a thing.
That's a good one.
George Lucas, you might have a chance as like the new publicist because
George.
I'm thinking of ways, I'm a storyteller by trade. And there are so many ways to tell a story. You know this, you're storytellers as well. And everything I do is sort of in service of that. And I'm thinking there are two winners, and the danger that one of them is not going to have their story fully told means we may need to look at the form. We may need to look at what is it that will cause, if you're not, a name brand celebrity, a household name celebrity, that's the thing that causes a producer to be like, okay. But sometimes like a character actor who has a certain kind of personality will lead with that personality, and that will cause the producer to give them a little more time, even if they're not, an A-list superstar. I think for the next joint win, I think look at it, and again, I get the embarrassment of the amount of craft work it will take in advance. There's the element of shame because you feel like
when you're practicing in your hotel room and you're like, this is so lame. We're not going to win. And we're spending all this time practicing this speech that no one will ever see. There definitely is this, like, you have to get over that hump.
The other thing is putting on a suit that you had in the past worn to an award show that you didn't win, and you find in the pocket the speech you never gave.
Yes.
That's a moment too.
Well, but I would also argue that you should start folding in the bits of those speeches. When you eventually win again, then you can kind of be like, I also want to give my speeches for these other things.
Had you written a speech in 1977?
Oh yeah.
Director or best picture?
Can you give it now?
Well, I'm worried if I give it now.
Just try.
Well, I mean, you basically won. Let's see it.
Well, in the long term, well, I guess this would be, first of all, I want to thank, I would get all the, let's go ahead and take as read all the thanks to the cast and crew and everyone at 20th Century Fox and all that. The main thing I want to say is I'm so glad that you did this, because this is going to pay off. Right now, you just think that, hey, the American Graffiti guy made a space film. But watch out, because there are going to be so many more to come. You don't even know. They're going to be like, just wait. Like right now, like I was going to do it anyway, but now I'm definitely going to do it. And there'll be a point where you'll be like, oh, there's too much. But just think back. Just think back to this moment and remember that, like, this was when it was fun. And later on, when it may be too much, just remember this. You know what? This music would be great for my buddy Steve decades from now. Yes. And then I would point out the fact, I would say that's great. And I'd be like, Steve, we got to get Johnny to license that melody for when you make your dinosaur movie. He'd be like, what dinosaur movie? I'm like, just trust me.
George, I do want to say, at least consider being their publicist, because the idea of them winning another award down the line and them thanking our publicist, George Lucas, is almost too good to pass up.
I do think, well, you have to say retired filmmaker George Lucas and do this, because that's the official trademark name.
Retired filmmaker George Lucas told us that we should do every other word, and so we are going to do a speech with every other word.
Thank
you
so
much
for
this
imaginary
award.
All
night
we've
dreamt
of
magic.
Once
upon
a
time
we
sang
something
loud
and
wrote
this
song.
Do 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 do.
We would have planned it out better in the case
In
of
our hotel room.
something else.
Insane.
I would also say this, because one of the things you're fighting against, they bring that music in, they bring the mic down. So they're controlling the audio. Bring a little microphone with its own little speaker system. Something that'll catch whatever mic is live in there. When they start playing the music, start singing along to whatever they're playing with the words of your speech. And then that producer in the booth will be like, wait, hold on. They're doing something wild.
Moon River.
That's right. It's do you still get excited about because there's so many award ceremonies? Is there something that still feels special about the Oscars? The magic of the Oscars?
Definitely. The Oscars, we are part of the organization, and I mean, I'm going to get a little earnest here, but the Oscars are really trying to get it right. They really are trying to. I had to go through a 3-hour diversity seminar where they as an organization are really trying to make sure that their voters are educated, and they are really looking at like, what do we need to do differently to try and continue to celebrate the best of all filmmakers. So this is not what maybe some of the others are doing. Like they're real. There's not people like forced. You have to sit through a thing where you look at your own unconscious biases and you really educate yourself on like, oh, what does it mean? What is your idea of excellence? And you realize that everyone's idea of excellence is completely subjective and due to your own lived experience.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Oscars are trying to do a good job in the same way that America is trying to do a good job. Not getting it right, but trying.
We're working on it.
Well, and the Oscars can change someone's life. Like they definitely changed our life. Kristen didn't have a toehold in the business. It was so hard for her until we won that award for Let It Go. You know, that made Kristen's career.
That's true. I had to win an Oscar to be able to get somebody to produce me on Broadway. Because
that's a crazy sentence.
It is a crazy sentence. But the theater community is working on it as well.
Yeah.
But very, very, very bad on the women in music and musical theater. Like very bad on the numbers. Doing better this year. We've got a whole bunch of wonderful female composers coming up in the Tonys.
Yeah.
A whole other race that we can talk about in June. George, if you wanted to come to this coast and talk about the Tonys one day.
George. Absolutely. Yeah.
You're getting so many gigs tonight, George.
Yeah. Yeah. We can book Tony Daniels for our Tony show.
Sure. Tony Danza.
Tony Daniels
what Lucas connection does Tony Danza have? Tony Daniels was C-3PO.
Tony Danza was
I've ridden in a taxi and I know who the boss is.
Boss Nass.
Our friend, our teacher, Maury Eston, told us about at one point he was writing a Star Wars musical with Harold Prince.
Whoa.
And sang us a song from that musical which never saw the light of day. Which then became a song in his show Titanic.
It was the
main song from Titanic,
right.
But it was like, look up there, way up high. One day,
can I guess?
I will fly. Yeah, that was Luke.
I guess this is sung by the captain of the ship, and that's how he misses the iceberg. He's just looking at the stars. Look up there, way up high. He doesn't want to always be on a boat. He has dreams of flying in the sky, and then he.
Oh shit!
Oh no.
Do you guys think you could do a Star Wars musical on Broadway? Do you think if someone came to you?
Bobby pitched me on the way up to Connecticut a Star Wars musical, and I said, do you think we could get through May 1st before I have to think about this again? Because
we got to do something with Star Wars one day.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Bobby wants more than anything to write a song for the Star Wars universe.
I wrote a Jar Jar song with the guy, my partner that I wrote Avenue Q with. We knew my partner's boyfriend knew Miko, who did the disco Star Wars.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wrote a song with Jeff and Miko about Jar Jar.
But they weren't allowed to use Jar Jar, so they had to.
It was called Cousin Jar Jar. And the whole thing was Jar Jar walks into a disco and everyone's like, Jar Jar, how's it going? And so Jar Jar's like, Misa no Jar Jar. Misa Jar Jar cousin.
Well, what's great, Jar Jar is great for rhyming, so is Binks, and so is cousin. These are all fun to rhyme words.
Mm-hmm.
Did that song ever come out? Did it get released?
Oh, you can find it on Spotify.
I don't know if it's on Spotify. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
It's being taken down.
Is it called Cousin Jar Jar?
It's called Cousin Jar Jar.
He had just done this when we first started dating in 1999. And he was very embarrassed about it. I think he was a little like.
I mean, when we wrote it, Jar Jar was meant to be like the big takeaway from Phantom Menace.
Sure.
And then, I mean, I think he still was.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, he's pretty amazing. Yeah. The song didn't become a hit.
I mean, I keep thinking that I keep thinking that there will be a moment where Jar Jar fully returns in the new Star Wars, and that it's sort of, I think people are afraid that they'll try and fail, or they'll do it in a way that will feel too spoofy or something. But I do think there's a genuine opportunity for someone to sort of reclaim in a way, or sort of like bring the character back in a way that at first seems like a joke, but then actually goes deep. And there is a world in which a Jar Jar Binks Broadway musical, or let's say off Broadway, let's be classy. There's nothing wrong with going off Broadway.
Start off Broadway.
Yeah, you find a nice venue, sort of like near Hudson Yards, and do it upright, you know. And a Jar Jar Binks musical, I think people would come into it thinking like, oh, this is going to be funny. They're really going to this is going to be making fun of and having fun with. But I think there's the potential to make a musical that expands upon the character in a way without going like too meta. I think there's a way of deepening Jar Jar musically. The second
what does Jar Jar want?
Yeah.
What is Jar Jar's wound?
I mean, there's a lot of them, you know. There's physical and emotional wounds.
Pretty clumsy.
Constantly bumping into stuff.
No, but the wound of his people, forced to live under the water.
Also, a lot of things rhyme with Naboo. Like guess who?
Taboo.
Yeah.
That was one of the lines in the song. It was Jar Jar Binks, Jar Jar Binks. It's so good to see you.
Come on in.
Jar Jar Binks, Jar Jar Binks. When did you get in from Naboo? Yeah.
Come on in.
That's good.
I do want to. Robert Downey Jr. just won.
Oh,
supporting actor.
Oh, we got to see his speech.
Yeah, I know. You guys have to go in a second, but Dan Engler asked, and I feel like this might be a good way to help wrap this up. Is there anyone that you guys forgot to thank during one of your award speeches that you'd like to thank now?
Great opportunity.
All our teachers. I think we never thanked our teachers, and that's probably who we should have just thanked.
Right. That's true. I think when we got off stage, we did like, we really need to thank our teachers. And actually caregivers, our babysitters.
Sure.
Like, in a way, my sister, who is now an amazing songwriter herself, but she was taking care of the kids. But like all of those babysitters, we're a single parent,
Mom.
basically. So we really rely on our caregivers, even with a 18-year-old and a 14-year-old. We have to like find someone who can stay with them so we can go to Burbank or whatever. So there's no songs without the caregivers.
That's good.
That's great.
That's a good answer.
Bobby and Kristen, I want to. I open every time I do one of these awards shows. I always open by doing the classic medley of Oscar songs. And I yes, but I'm doing 10 songs. He only did like 9 songs once, and I've done 3 of these, so I've done 30 songs in 3 Oscar casts. All it will take is 2 more for me to have done more films than he did. He did 40. He did 49. So 2 more Oscar years, and I will have done more than Billy. But I may send you. I may snap out a clip of it and send it to you, because I'd love to know your feedback, because I do feel like it's inevitable that we end up at some point collaborating on a song, especially if I'm doing PR for you. It feels like it's only fair. I'm doing all this PR work that at a certain point it's like, hey, are we going to ever write a song together? You know?
Well, we would love that.
For sure.
I'm pretty proud of the fact that I think you know, it's not all of the films that are easy to do lighthearted spoofs of, because there's some intense films, but I think I did a good job of doing it without while staying within, I think, the generally accepted parameters of good taste.
How'd you parody Killers of the Flower Moon song this year?
I did the Adele song, Hello. Because Hello from the Other Side that scans perfectly with Killers of the Flower
Moon. All right.
It's gonna be great.
Okay, so you weren't taking the actual songs.
What about Point of Interest?
Zone of Interest, I did Moves Like Jagger. You're in the zone of interest. You're in the zone of interest. And it, you know, the thing is, one of the first movies that I worked on professionally was the documentary "Give Me Shelter" about the Rolling Stones at Altamont. Very serious film. I was a camera person. I ran out of film. I was at Altamont. I ran out of my camera jammed, but I thought, oh, Jagger, serious film. It makes a lot of sense, and it stands just right. I read an article today that was talking about how people were going to make jokes about Zone of Interest. And I thought, well, there is a way to do it, which is you address part of it is just summarizing what the film is in terms of rather than making jokes about the subject matter, using the music to sort of explain what the film is. Which have you seen Zone of Interest?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Just sort of the explanation of the experience of watching the film, which is that you are disoriented and then you figure out what's happening. I just sort of went through that line by line. So I'm not making jokes about the subject matter. It's about the form, and also the fact that it's the kind of film that you really need to see in a theater to fully experience. I don't know if you saw it in a theater, but it is one of those things that it's almost like a film that you would show in a museum or something. It feels it sort of feels so different from any other film that's playing in any theater that it's playing at right now. Like you come out of it and you sort of look at what else is playing in the theater, and you feel like and that could be true almost. Well, now I haven't seen Argyle, so maybe there are similarities that I'm not aware of, but I think they're wildly different films.
Yes.
Just speaking formally.
Yeah.
For one thing, I think the cat often looks slightly unrealistic. Whereas I never had that sort of moment in Zone of Interest where it took me out of it, where I thought that's not a real cat.
Yeah, it was not a cat from the.
There was very little CGI in Zone of Interest.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming on.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Happy Oscar night.
Wonderful to see you.
Bye. See ya.
Bye. Wonderful,
George.
On Oscar
Dave,
night,
how you doing, Dave?
Dave, how are you doing, Dave?
Good, getting caught up. I just tucked my kids in, so I missed a lot of the Oscars, and I missed a lot of what you guys were talking about.
Dave, currently on stage right now, DeVito, Schwarzenegger.
Oh, look at that.
The twins.
They're back.
They're back.
The
God.
team from Junior is back on stage.
Yes.
Junior was the movie, right? Where he...
Junior and Twins, yeah.
Junior and Twins.
George, I do just want to say, if you guys are watching the show and enjoying it, if you want to toss a couple bucks our way, we're doing a lot of touring shows coming up, and helping out the show helps us do more of those shows all across the country, and hopefully we have more to announce soon. But toss a couple bucks, $5, $10, $20, $100, $1,000, whatever you want. Thank you.
They're doing a bit with Michael Keaton in the audience. Michael Keaton, of course, who plays Beetlejuice in the movie Beetlejuice and the upcoming Beetlejuice 2.
Also played Batman to Danny DeVito's Penguin.
That's right.
But not
to
Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze.
Yeah. In Batman and Robin.
Yep. Here's a question.
Famously the fourth film in the trilogy.
Yes. Do you think Clooney's Batman is supposed to be the same Bruce Wayne as Michael Keaton's Batman?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay.
Have we missed any other wins, Patrick? We got to keep people up.
Robert Downey Jr., I believe that was the only other win.
Right now, I see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I see Mission Impossible. Oh, wait, is this an effects one? Now I'm invested.
This is the real effects, yeah.
Are they? Is there going to be... there's Napoleon. I love seeing these effect shots. I love seeing the way they do them.
The Creator, with directed by Rogue One's Gareth Edwards.
Visual effects.
Did you see Godzilla -1, George?
Yes.
It's good.
That is good. Did you see the black and white version?
I did not see the black and white version.
Why? Why not?
Because I already saw it once.
All right, whoever won, they're really the whole row stood up and they're jumping around.
Yeah.
And it looks like someone's carrying a Godzilla, so I'm assuming this might be Godzilla.
Yeah.
The Godzilla -1-1.
Do you think...
Hey, that's funny. Patrick.
What?
Godzilla -1-1.
Oh, Godzilla -11.
Godzilla -1-1. That's fun.
That's fun.
That's fun. I wonder if Jimmy's going to do... You think Kimmel's going to do something about that? If
Like
I was hosting backstage right now,
yeah,
I'd be talking to my 30 writers and I'd be saying, what do we got for... It's funny, right? You say 1-1.
Sort of like
hey, did you guys hear the Godzilla -1-1?
Yeah, it's kind of like a Oprah moment.
I didn't make a mistake. I'm saying it right. Godzilla -1-1. Actually, maybe I'm saying it wrong, and you don't know because I might be saying Godzilla -WON.
Sure.
ONE.
Sure.
And I wish I had a better joke for it, but I do think it's very funny to say Godzilla -1-1.
Of course. And
if they hadn't won,
yeah,
then everyone would be saying Godzilla -Lost.
Uh-huh.
And that would be like our show in Seattle.
In what way?
Well, we had booked an actor from the show Lost, and now they can't do it.
Yeah, can't do it. But now we have Karen Prell. Godzilla -1-1.
Godzilla -1-1?
Godzilla -1-1?
Godzilla -1138. Godzilla there's the joke.
Tweet it, George.
So
George, tweet it, and all 439 of you watching have to retweet it. Also, this is a good time. If you don't follow the show on Instagram or Twitter or on YouTube, you should go do that now. That would be a great little gift to give to George. You know, because I feel like even if you're watching this later, I feel like a lot of times you'll see how many people watch the YouTube video, and then you're like, why don't we have that many Instagram followers? You know, happens a lot. Oh, friend of the show, Lou Diamond Phillips was just on screen. We talked about bats. Remember that? And Betsy Sidaro. It was Lou Diamond Phillips and Betsy Sidaro.
All right. I went back and forth on what the best form of the joke was, and I went with spelling out all the words.
Yeah.
I had a lot of options, but that's sort of what I decided to go with.
Okay.
Also, Twitter was trying to. It took me a couple of seconds because Twitter. That's what they should call it. Twitter. When I quit it, will be called Quitter. So many almost jokes. It kept trying to make me. They kept changing Godzilla to Gorilla. I'm so glad I didn't accidentally tweet Gorilla -1138. That's not a joke.
No. What's the joke there?
What's the joke? Tell me. And why this joke? Why now? Oppenheimer wins editing. I see that in the chat.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. Is that who I'm looking at right now? The editor of Oppenheimer?
I think so.
Yes. So she edited Oppenheimer.
Amazing.
What's the name of the editor?
The name of the editor.
Christopher Nolan is loving this. He's like, she edited
Jennifer Lame. Not lame. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what's not lame. Winning an Oscar for editing Oppenheimer.
George.
And yet it is lame. She edited it.
Someone's bringing up a great point that Star Wars had a female editor too.
That's right. And my wife, ex-wife, I know people think that the editing in Oppenheimer isn't lame, but they're wrong because she is lame. And by that, I mean she did a great job and won an Oscar.
Yeah.
What a confusing non-joke. You know what? But there is room in the world of comedy for confusing non-comedy.
Yeah.
They used to call that alt comedy, but I think confusing non-comedy is as good a name.
I do want to say I'm a little disappointed. As of right now, we only have 9 retweets on Godzilla -1138. Only 9.
The thing is,
there's 450 of you watching, and there are 9 retweets.
Not all of them have. You know what? I got to put it on.
I bet at least 200. What?
I got to put the joke on Insta.
Yeah. I bet at least 200 of those people watching have Twitter, though. That's all I'm saying. We don't like Twitter. Nobody likes Twitter, guys. It's bad.
I don't like the world, and yet here I am.
Okay, good. We're up to 28. Perfect. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Hold on.
34. Can we surpass 100? I bet we can.
Hold on. I gotta format this for Insta.
Oh, aren't you? You should just screen grab it.
I did, but it doesn't take up enough.
We're up to 54, which is pretty good. Oh, George, you got a link in bio tweet. You got a porn bot responding.
Oh, they have something better in their bio?
I don't know. Let's find out.
They have a better gift in their bio?
xkos.pics/Margaret_K41020.
She have
anyone wants to go check that out.
She have a better gift in her bio?
She's got, that's it. It's her 18 plus profile. We're up to 60 retweets.
You know, I started off joking about making a joke, and then we really got something.
It's a funny joke.
And it's the kind of joke that only retired filmmaker George Lucas can credibly make.
Yeah.
Like, it's funnier because it's me.
Yes.
Like, I don't think that joke's for everybody, and I don't think it can be told by everybody. Like, if another comedian was telling that joke, I might say, like, you can't say that. I say that.
Why this joke? Why now?
Why this joke? Why now? Why not? Ooh, Taylor. So Eras is part of the Disney Plus platform as well?
Yes. Like all of your stuff. You and Taylor share a lot of stuff, George.
You know what? It's a matter of time before there's a Taylor Swift Star Wars, and I think that's great.
I imagine she will be in a Star Wars.
No, or Star Wars might be in a Taylor Swift. Like
Oh, sure.
I would prefer, rather than Taylor Swift making a cameo in a Star Wars thing, that Star Wars get a name drop in a Taylor Swift song, or Star Wars character appear in a Taylor Swift concert. You know?
Do you think she's ever talked up Star Wars before? Let's see. Taylor Swift, Star Wars.
Oh, a commercial for those bears that can't stop talking about their toilet paper.
Star Wars Theory tweeted about that, but I'm not gonna even click on that link because that guy sucks. That guy sucks, George.
Wait a second. The person who, hold on, show more replies.
A lot of people did photoshops of Revenge of the Swift.
It looks like, I don't want to say that Elon Musk's version of Twitter is a cesspool.
Yeah.
Of spam bots and porn bots, but two different, fairly sophisticated sounding women have responded with link in bio. Margaret King and Deborah Davis. Those sound like they could be presenters at the Academy Awards. And now, Margaret King and Deborah Davis.
Once again, Margaret King and Deborah Davis.
Like, I'm not even going to click to see what their link is because I'm worried it's just going to be pictures of their rear ends and their bosoms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe even more.
I wouldn't do it if I were you.
I'm not going to click. But because right now I only think Margaret King and Deborah Davis, they sound like they could do anything.
Yeah.
Margaret King is here. Margaret King and Deborah Davis. Margaret King and Deborah Davis presented the Oscars last night, and they gave the classiest speech of the evening.
Mm-hmm.
They led with a joke, which, like, you know, when you think of Margaret King and Deborah Davis, you don't necessarily think like a laugh riot.
Yeah.
You think these are powerful people who are very sophisticated.
And very talented, too.
And very talented and very intelligent, and we're interested in their ideas.
Yeah.
But I have to say, they both landed their joke at the beginning. There was a lighthearted moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got on to talking about how filmmaking is a collaborative medium.
Link in bio.
Link in bio. Oh, my buddy Steve. Is that what they mean? When they say link in bio, are they talking about my buddy Steve's movie with Daniel DL?
Daniel DL.
Link in bio. Are these, oh my God, are these Twitter accounts? Are Margaret King...
Margaret King is here. We've got a great show for you, so stick around. We'll be right back.
I'm wondering now if Margaret King and Deborah Davis are my buddy Steve pranking me.
Sure.
Is there a joke there? Margaret King. Margaret King.
Did you know that Margaret King was Lincoln's secretary, but Deborah Davis was JFK's secretary?
I'm wondering if these are both Steve. Link in bio. I can't believe I didn't. All these tweets that I've been getting that say link in bio, and I don't realize the obvious joke that this is my buddy Steve.
You think he's doing this from the audience right now?
I think so, yeah. Margaret King. So Margaret, Maggie, Margaret King. So Margaret Thatcher was prime minister.
Yeah.
And King George is a character on the show.
Sure.
Thatcher.
Is he still a character on the show?
Yes.
Is his name King George? No, it's King Charles.
Charles, yeah. No, I'm George. I'm King George on the show. I
was like, did I miss that much that he changed? Tequila bit. I spoiled it.
What?
I spoiled that they were all going to be drinking tequila. And that's what they're doing right now.
Great bit.
The spoiled bit is happening. Where is King Charles? We haven't seen King Charles in a while.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Or Rotten Ronnie. Where's Rotten Ronnie, George?
Rotten Ronnie's where he always was.
Where?
In hell.
Oh, no. There he is.
Hello.
How are you? Your mouth's not even moving, King Charles.
I've learned the art of ventriloquism.
Oh my
I
goodness.
can speak without moving my mouth.
I can speak without moving.
I can speak without moving my mouth.
Charles, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
Please call me King Charles. Or Your
Um,
Majesty, or Your Highness.
King Charles, how are you doing?
Good. All
that's-
things being equal.
Sure.
And they're not.
They're usually not. No.
No.
They're usually not.
No, they are not.
No, they're not. Charles, are you watching the Oscars?
I am.
Have you enjoyed them so far?
I am.
What have you liked about them?
All the trophies.
Sure.
All the glamour.
Sure. Did you have a favorite movie this year?
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Buddy Steve.
Oh, you know him too?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Everybody knows Steven Spielberg.
Where did you guys meet?
Oh, it's some event, this or that.
Uh-huh.
Who knows? You know, have you not seen the BFG?
I have seen the BFG. Oh wait, no, I haven't seen the BFG. Why would I say I've seen it? I have not seen it, King Charles.
When you see it, you'll know.
Oh, sure.
That this is a guy who knows what's what when it comes to the royal family.
Sure. Why that was your favorite movie of his though?
Yes. Best one.
Okay.
The BFG.
Now
is my favorite.
Sure. King, I do want to point out that our tweet about Godzilla minus 1138 has slowed down. It is at 65 reposts, and
it's
slowed down.
Please retweet it. Please retweet it.
Yeah. Hey, George.
Yeah.
Did you retweet it from all of your accounts?
I only have one account.
Oh, you don't have any burners or ones under other names?
I mean, what do you want from me?
I just feel like maybe that would help kickstart him a little bit. Who just won? There's a child walking on stage.
Oh my!
What is this? Is this the last repair shop? I think it is.
Maybe, yeah.
I like that. It's really good.
All right, I got to go back in my packaging.
Okay, bye, King Charles.
I think he's looking well.
Yeah, all things equal.
Well, you saw how he was last time. This almost looks like a new version of him. One that I'm not inclined to ruin by moving his mouth.
I didn't even remember how he looked last time, but I believe you.
I mean, he's looked better.
Yeah.
Whew. It's hard when you've been around that long to be in that good condition.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think it was so great to see Buddy Steve there. And that confirms to me that was him behind those
Twitter accounts.
Link in bio. Can't believe it. Everyone's clapping. There's so much applause.
That's a good thing, though.
I love it. Yeah, I'm saying it's a good night for
Hollywood.
Good things being praised.
I'm getting hungry, George.
Well, why don't you get something to eat?
Maybe I will in a little bit.
Let's see how it's doing on the old Instagrams.
It's doing okay.
On Insta, it's got 44 likes.
Oh no, George, read both of the comments though.
Link in bio. Yeah, it's a great new joke. Also, when you see that now anywhere, link in bio, you can always respond with the classic George Lucas Talk Show joke.
Yeah,
link in bio.
Link in bio.
Oh, okay. So they're doing good stuff. Everyone's having fun. What's the set at the side here? It looks like it's
like a woodland. It looks like the entrance to Winnie the Pooh's house, or something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, not necessarily Winnie the Pooh, because he goes right through like a hole in the side of some mud or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like maybe owls or like Kanga Little Roo's
sure.
house. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. It also looks like a dune worm.
A dune worm.
Yeah.
A dune worm. A dune worm.
Yeah.
Um.
Did you see Dune 2?
I wish it was called that.
What?
TOO Dune 2.
Oh no, George, here you go.
What's happening? Dune of worms, Dune of worms, Dune of worms, Dune. It's a banger and mash. Up. I hope that Bobby and Kristen like my parodies.
I thought you were talking about Wool for a second.
How's
I hope he likes it too.
How's Bobby Wool doing? Is he
I think pretty
watching the
good.
Oscars probably?
Probably.
Ooh, you know what? What do you think about when people hold the Oscar and they kind of gesture while they're talking? They kind of hold it up here. It's always feels like it's a strong move.
It feels like they're order in the courting, you know?
Yeah. Or it looks like a shake weight a little bit.
Sure. Remember those?
It's a fun thing to replace in for people. If you have footage of people doing that, replace with a shake weight. People can do that now with digital technology.
Thank God for digital technology.
So good for jokes like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that Warner Brothers is going to release Coyote versus Acme?
I mean, do you want this to be a downer conversation? I don't. I want them to desperately, but I don't think they're going to.
I want to talk for a second to Warner Brothers.
Yeah, sure.
No, it doesn't have to just be me.
Okay.
Yeah. Warner Brothers didn't want to release THX1138.
Sure.
Look at that. That did great.
Did it?
Eventually, sort of. But it's like, release it. Like, they could have easily, because like, I remember a time.
Yeah.
I remember a time when they treated, like, I'm looking at this. Do you know what this is?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the box office for THX 1138.
What's the box office like? It was
2.4 mil.
What was the budget?
777,000.
That's a good return on investment. We double your money. We double your money. We doubled their money. Double your money is not good.
Double your money's pretty good. I think they'd rather.
And they probably sold a fair amount of VHS tapes and DVDs and Blu-rays over the years.
Yeah.
Does that include the re-releases?
Oh boy, they're showing the accountants handing them the envelopes on TV. Ooh. Just to make sure if it goes wrong, they know exactly who to blame.
Do you know what I have right here? Do you know what this is?
What is it?
This is a folder from the old days.
Okay.
All right. This is from the old days. All right.
Yeah.
Back when it was not Warner Discovery, it was a Warner Communications Company. Okay.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers Television Distribution. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Promotion kit. All right. What do you think this is promotion kit for?
I bet it's for the Bugs Bunny movie.
No. This is for the Porky Pig and Friends TV show.
I was so close.
You're a million miles away. You think Porky Pig and Friends TV show is like the Bugs Bunny movie? This was back in the day. Okay? This is, when I do my pitch for Bobby and Kristen to be the PR guy, I'm going to show like, this is how you do it. All right? You got your program information. Okay?
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
this.
I'm looking.
What are they offering? They're offering 156 cartoons, single page brochure, fact sheet, list of titles, complete set of synopsis, set of color reproductions, set of black and white publicity stills, one 35 millimeter color slide, and then a Mel Blanc biography, one man menagerie. All right. This is what they should be doing for Coyote versus Acme. get some of these single-page brochures.
Wow.
Okay, look, we got pictures of Porky, and who
Yeah.
are his friends? Bugs Bunny.
Bugs
That's
Bunny
a
from the
famous
movie.
friend.
From the aforementioned movie.
Famous friend.
Yeah.
Foghorn
Foghorn.
Leghorn. So you get all the red states.
Yeah.
Red state appeal. Porky Pig already trends rural, even though he's a city pig most of the time.
Sure.
Not all the time, but most of the time. Now you got your Bugs Bunny for your city sophisticates.
Yeah.
You got Daffy Duck. You got Sylvester the Cat.
Yeah.
156 captivating rib tickling cartoons in color. This is a brochure. Now, 156 cartoons. Now, this is straight from, I don't mind saying, I'm going to go ahead and dox them right now. This is from their Burbank headquarters. I want everyone to call that phone number now.
Do you want me to do it right now? Let's see.
Call it now. 213.
Hang on 1 second. 213
843 6000.
6000.
Just ask them.
Here we go.
All right. And we're going to ask them when you're going to release Coyote.
Completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement. Or your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement.
Dialed it wrong. Warner Brothers doesn't have a landline phone.
They
really are in trouble. Warner Brothers got rid of their landline. Oh boy. Maybe I underestimated the trouble that they're in.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers Discovery had to cancel their landline.
Mm-hmm.
This. Now we got a list of cartoons. All right. Now, admittedly, this starts with the cartoon Africa Squeaks. I don't have a good feeling about what that cartoon.
You don't remember it?
I don't remember it, but generally speaking, if it's a Porky Pig cartoon with Africa in the title, I got a bad feeling about this, to quote the famous joke. Hold on. They don't even have a synopsis of Africa Squeaks in the because here's the real information about all the shorts, and they got synopses of Awful Orphan, Battle Tweetat, Baton Bunny. All right. Now look at this. Now we got facts about Porky Pig and Friends. Number of cartoons, as established before, 156. This is a syndicated package. Availability, 156. Available now. Color, all in color. Running time, 6 to 8 minutes each. Little wiggle room on either. Some of these might be 7 minutes.
Sure.
Could have a 7.5. Could be one that's 6 minutes, 5 seconds. Could be one that's almost 8 minutes, not quite.
Yeah.
You're not going to find a 9-minute cartoon or a 5er in this batch. Animation, fully animated.
Okay.
None of this Hanna-Barbera running in front of backdrop and a loop over and over limited animation from that era. Stories, each story complete. No cliffhangers.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, you start showing Porky Pig and his friends, you give those kids a cliffhanger, they'll be sobbing their eyes out in the middle of the afternoon. Production, originally produced for theaters.
Wow.
Then they got a breakdown of cartoons by characters.
Huge. This is huge, George.
In the Porky Pig and Friends show, with 156 cartoons, Porky Pig is in 66 of them. Porky Pig and Bessie, 1. Porky Pig and Daffy Duck, 20.
Wow.
Porky Pig and Flatfoot Fluky, 1 and done.
Uh-huh.
Porky Pig and Gabby Duck, 4. And I think that's a typo. I think they mean Gabby Goat. I think they mean Gabby Goat. Porky Pig and Kansas City Kitty. I mean, this is a duo that rivals Hot Honey and Cabbage. Porky Pig and Kansas City Kitty. 1 cartoon. They never made a second one. Porky Pig and Petunia.
Oh my God.
2.
Wow.
Porky Pig, Petunia, and Pinky. 1.
Oh, that's not enough.
Anyway, I'm not going to bore you with the whole list.
No, you should.
No. We got to get through a lot tonight.
Well, here's what I'll say. I did look up the Wikipedia page for Africa Squeaks. when it was released, George, it was 8 minutes long. And then in the 60s and 70s, they cut it down to 5 because they said, already, we got problems.
Wow. And when they were editing them back then, it was bad.
You know it's bad. Can I read one of the reviews from 1940?
Yeah.
Play this one by all means. It is composed of the stuff that shakes the rafters and fairly blows the roof off when the laughter starts to whip around. Porky goes to Africa on a safari. What occurs when he does? A little exploring was cooked up by the fertile brain that injected the right touches of unusual caricature and bang-up comedy to give him the shrieks. And there is an ending that will knock him right out of their seats. And that's from Box Office, February 3rd, 1940.
This is over a year. What month was it?
February 3rd.
All right. So this is nearly 2 years before Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
America doesn't know what's about to hit them.
They have no idea.
They're staying out of the war so far.
Sure. They don't want it.
They're just enjoying that Porky Pig cartoon.
Yeah.
Little do they know.
Little do they know.
Want to see some glamour shots? As promised?
Do I? Yeah, of course I do.
Who's that?
Wow. Okay.
Now, I don't know how many people are watching this from red states. You like this? It's for you. Foghorn Leghorn very popular in the red states.
Wes Anderson did just win an Oscar
for
Henry Sugar
for a short film.
Yeah, and he was not there.
More red state viewers. We got Elmer Fudd right here. Fastest mouse in Mexico, Speedy Gonzalez. Tweety Bird.
Who?
Tweety Bird. Tweety Pie.
I don't know that one.
What are you saying? Well, now, I will say this. The art
Who's
so
this
far
singing, George?
What?
Who's this singing?
I don't know, but there's good side action from the supporting players in this. They just taken a big bow.
This is Becky G. Someone did say Putty Tat in the comments, and I did think that was the name of the person singing.
It's a great name. For some reason, these drawings of Bugs Bunny seem less good than the previous drawings. Like they're coloring book level drawings. When you compare, look how good this Daffy Duck is. That's the iconic. That's the iconic Daffy Duck.
Yeah.
Doesn't get better than that.
It's a very good Daffy for its time. You know, it looks exactly.
The layout for this almost feels like somebody came in and drew by hand onto a Sylvester promo.
Mm-hmm.
Like that looks like that could be a Banksy. That's Sylvester Jr.
That's a good one.
I do own one Banksy. I should tell people that. I do own one Banksy. We should put this in the museum. This is the only Banksy that I own. And, and it's a pretty good one.
And that will go in the museum?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that look for that in the museum.
Up until how late will you be deciding what goes in the museum on opening day?
Night before.
Night before? Oh my god.
Yeah, there'll be some weird stuff, and then the start of the show, Porky Pig.
Now, why does Porky have a color code on there, but the rest of them do not?
Because he's the star, so he's like, here, I got to take care of some business. It's just like, and now, you want to see some black and white glossies?
Yeah, sure. Oh, wow, look at him.
Look at that glossy. That is good gloss. Good gloss. Good gloss.
High gloss.
High gloss. Now, here is the drawing that should have been the Bugs Bunny drawing in the color one. This is a much better drawing. This is the definitive Bugs Bunny pose. Like, and you can tell how much better that drawing is.
Yeah,
right?
That's good.
Now here we have an unvandalized Sylvester. No sign of, this is him in his carefree days before he had a son.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do you think he knows that one's coming?
I don't know. I don't know his life.
Big Sam Pow's asking in the chat, what are the billing orders for these friends, do we think?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because the order that they were placed in the folder is different depending on
I mean, you also may not have been the first person to open this. You know, like they may have been in a different order. Oh, wow. Even he makes an appearance.
You know what? I'm going to say pretty confidently, this is literally the first time this has ever been opened.
Yeah.
First of all, can you hear that?
Yeah.
I wasn't confident that the 35 millimeter slide would still be in here.
Wow.
But there it is.
Is this the first time you have opened this, George?
Yes, it is.
When did this arrive?
I discovered this over a year ago.
Oh, and you did not open it. You discovered it.
Yeah. Rachel.
George.
I'm going to have to go through the whole presentation again.
Oh.
Right at the end.
Oh no. Did I miss it?
You missed the whole presentation of this, I'm going to say, 1970s Porky Pig and Friends, Warner Brothers.
Oh, no, I know that one.
You know what?
You know that one. You have that one.
Great. So we're not going to have to go through that again. We won't have to cover that.
Nominated tonight.
Yes.
That's right. That's right.
Rachel, are you at the Oscars right now?
Yeah, I'm backstage.
Oh, that's cool.
This is the control room.
Cool.
It's just me and my laptop this year.
That's cool. You're running the show.
I am.
What is it?
Actually, Messy the dog and I are back here.
That's good.
Chilling.
What kind of what's that bird in the background?
What's that? What? Oh, it does look like a bird, doesn't it?
Yeah, I see a big beaked bird.
It looks like a toucan a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a golden doodle.
A golden doodle.
I don't know if we've ever officially met the golden doodle on the
Have
show.
you met Leonard Bernstein yet?
I don't think so.
There's only one person who loves Leonard Bernstein more than Bradley Cooper, and it is me. And today, he turns 1. This little guy turns 1 this week. We got a big birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Should we sing?
So should we sing?
Happy birthday to the dog?
Should we sing Happy Rap Day by Watto?
Rachel, it's amazing that you remember so much more about this show than we do.
I have George Lucas Talk Show lore memorized in the inner machinations of my mind. If you can hear that squeaky toy, by the way, let me know and I will make sure to take it away.
Rachel, when you're doing interviews and people bother you about this show, do you like that or do you hate that?
Oh, I love it.
You love it.
It beats them asking about anything else.
I feel like multiple people will text me and be like, "Hey, just interviewed Rachel for something today. I did bring up the show," and I'm like,
"Oh, it's amazing." And and it happened a lot at South by Southwest, not necessarily from like interviewers, but people who were just kind of helping out on press lines and stuff.
Oh wow,
we love George Lucas Talk Show, and they were asking if I was going to be on tonight, and I was like, "Could be. Who knows?"
Well, now let's talk about this movie because your director was on our last episode that we did.
Was he really?
He was.
Oh, I didn't know that. I love Kyle so much. I adore that man so sincerely.
Yeah.
I was just talking to my boyfriend Josh about it because we had this bit on set where Jaden Martell would really love to take the piss out on Kyle a lot. Just like call him a nerd, say something rude, and then Kyle's got a very ironic sense of humor. Sometimes you can't really tell. And he'd just be like, yeah, Jaden, can I talk to you over there for a second? We did it with was reborn over the weekend at South by Southwest. And it's just all bits. It's all bits with Kyle. We love Kyle.
That's great.
Yeah.
How was the premiere?
So much fun. I've seen the movie twice without an audience. And I loved it when I saw it on my own and with my cast. But then seeing it with all of those people in Texas was something just so unreal that there's a lot of references that go over my head because I'm not from that era. And so a lot of the humor was obviously very smart and researched and understood, but in a group of millennials that were, at that premiere last night, it was like the funniest thing they'd ever seen. It was just fantastic.
Because this movie takes place in 2000. Correct?
It takes place on New Year's Eve, 99 to 2000. So,
and you were born in
2001.
Okay,
my friend. Let me give it back.
Yeah, you never had to live through the terror that was Y2K, and everyone thought every machine was going to not know what year it was.
Well, Kyle describes it as the biggest letdown. That nothing happened. And it was funny to say that after everyone saw our disaster comedy of what would happen if it did. Where he's like, what a bummer that this just didn't happen, huh?
But I kind of agree though, right?
I guess I was, I was around for the 2012 mass hysteria. Obviously,
Sure.
I think I was on a
Sure, sure, sure.
camping trip with my Girl Scout troop. Shout out Girl Scout Troop 34. We were somewhere in the middle of New Jersey, and everyone was crying and shit. And I just remember being like, "Are you joking?" And
Now, who is in this troop? Let's name names. Who do we got?
yeah, I'm really glad you asked because
Yeah.
I've been dying to talk about these people for a while. No, I actually did look one of them up on Facebook recently.
Yeah.
Because I had no idea what she was doing. I actually looked up one of the girls who was crying on Facebook recently.
Did you add her?
I did not add her. I do not use my Facebook. I just
You're
use
lurking. You lurk on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Yeah.
What else is it for?
Yeah. Well, if it's possible to lurk around, that's the safest way to use Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Secret, just secretly creeping around on Facebook.
Social media is known to be a safe space, and so
Everything's good on there.
Everything is super positive.
Everything's great,
Everyone's
especially
nice.
for women, and just because women get treated so well by everyone on social media.
Yeah.
I want to. Is it okay if I ask about cookies?
If you'd like.
Did you sell them? Back in the day?
Absolutely. And I actually just bought like 14 boxes from a girl that is the daughter of someone my mother works with.
Oh wow!
I'm never gonna guess who that is.
Because they
this game is too hard, Rachel.
Because they mail them now, though, George. They
Yeah.
mail them. They feed the addiction by mailing it to us.
Do you have a favorite of the 14? Were there any that you bought more than
Oh
one?
yeah, I got 5 boxes of Samoas. I am a sucker for a coconut chocolate combination.
Yeah.
Give me Mounds. Give me Almond Joy. Samoas from the Girl Scouts. Mwah. Absolutely.
Any because I know there are some innovations that they've tried in recent years. Any new cookies that you've tried?
Okay, so for a long time they had these I like lemon flavor in desserts and stuff. They had one they were called Savannah Smiles, and they were like little tiny shortbread cookies that were covered in like lemon flavored powdered sugar. They were so delicious, but they replaced them with these like
Lemon Up?
lemonades
Oh,
or lemonade
lemonade.
or whatever the hell they are.
Yeah.
They're both essentially the same thing. One has icing and one doesn't.
Mhm.
And
Right.
they're just not as good.
Sure.
Right. Well, Savannah Smiles, was that named after? There was a film called Savannah Smiles that was about a young girl who's kidnapped.
Oh, I imagine it's probably not that.
But that's a very specific thing for it not to be named after that, and for a cookie that's sold by girls.
I know. Well, next year they are like developing a new flavor that will be called Gone Girls.
Yeah, I've looked it up. It's from 1982. It's a family movie.
It's a family film.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that this actually exists, but this is a real movie. Those are the kidnappers.
Oh God, that's terrible.
It's a family film, though.
Mr. Miyagi's in it.
Yeah, this is a rated. It's PG, so I guess I don't know. Maybe something happens, but
something happens.
I
can't imagine what.
It's not a non-narrative film about a kidnapping. Yeah, Savannah is a daughter of a. Oh, actually, it's kind of. I'm going to read this cold.
Okay.
I don't mean just my delivery. I mean, like, I'm not going to read. So
not prepped.
This is the plot, and I spoiled the plots of a lot of Oscar movies in the medley at the opening of this. So I want to give the warning now. Full spoilers for the basic premise of the 1982 PG parental guidance rated family film Savannah Smiles. Savannah is the daughter of a neglectful politician who is consumed by his U.S. Senate campaign. Now that's running for the House. That's, lower stakes, but the Senate is a very big deal.
Sure.
Savannah, decides to escape, hiding in the car of 2 men on the run from the law, Alvy and Boots, which also sound like a good name for pets, but also good for kidnappers. Alvy, and it sounds like it was an accidental kidnapping. They're on the run from the law. Alvy and Boots initially try to use her to obtain a hefty reward for her return, but a bond grows among the 3 runaways.
No.
Their relationship is tested when the convicts, now seen as kidnappers, must choose between their freedom and their new friend. And the tagline is Savannah Smiles, and love will never be the same.
Oh.
Well,
They discontinued those cookies, and people are asking why. I'm saying the power of cinema.
yes.
You can't sell a cookie named after that movie.
No.
It brings up too many conflicting like ideas.
What
Yeah.
would a Y2K Girl Scout cookie look like?
A Y2K Girl Scout cookie would
That's
have
a good joke. Sorry, that is a great joke. Less of a kidnapping and more of
a tag along. It's a great joke.
Very good. Sorry, George, continue, please.
Well, Y2K, what do we associate with that the date won't roll over, that it'll go back to 1900? No, 19. Yeah, 1900. No, will it go back to
Euro.
Well, weren't they, because the computers were all built so it was 19 and then they would just be the last two digits. So it would go back to 1900.
Yeah, 1900.
So it would be fun maybe if there were 4 different kinds of cookies. Maybe this is as unfeasible from a production standpoint, but 1s, 9s, 0s, and 0s shape cookies. That's one option. That's just a first, not a best thought.
Little computers, little airplanes, little, bank vaults, things like that.
Yes, I see the vision.
Yeah.
Y2K.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
It could be a double jointed, like there's 2 sort of cake cookies, and it'd be like Y2 cake.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Second thought, best thought.
Second thought, best thought.
There it is.
One of the things that happened a lot was people would present their journalists would present their ATM. They print out their bank details and hold them up to the camera and say, "Look, there's no problem," but they'd actually be revealing their bank information.
Is that true?
That happened a lot, where journalists on TV, on like cable news and local news, were like, "Look, the bank information is fine," and then people were like, "All right, well, I know your name and where you bank."
That's so funny.
Y2K.
Kind of like Y2 cakes.
Y2
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Y2 cakes is funny, and it's also delicious because it's a double cookie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in.
And it's a 0-0, which is the whole problem.
There you go.
That it's going to roll over to that 0-0.
Yeah.
Y2 cakes. We should be
Rachel,
Yes.
what happened to Lucy? Where is she?
Which Lucy are we talking about?
Lucy Graybeard. Where's Lucy Graybeard?
Oh, Lucy Gray. I couldn't tell you. I don't even know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It was funny because
I just want to hear it again.
I know. I hope she's alive. I like to think she's alive, but
Yeah.
I don't even know like if Suzanne is writing another book. I would love it if she were.
Yeah.
But I know people think I like know, but don't want to talk about
In your
it.
head, where is she?
In my head, she's alive. I don't know where exactly she is, but in my head, mostly because I've read the book and the movie obviously couldn't give as much insight.
Mm-hmm.
That snake bite made that man delirious. And so the footsteps disappearing, I think, was powerful hallucinations. And I think she's alive.
Okay.
I think she's just fine.
Yeah.
Do you think she's signed with a label?
I do think she is with Interscope Records. Why not? Right?
Why not?
That's good that they're still around in that environment.
In that is it the future? Is it the past time period?
It's a great label for not knowing exactly. Wait, when is this?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, she signed with She quietly
Turn
signed.
of the century Pan Am. Which century? I don't know.
Now, did you know that you worked with a Star Wars cast member in that movie?
Did I?
Yeah. Well, you did not directly, but there is a Star Wars cast member in that movie.
Okay.
Snow's grandmother.
No, is Fanula really?
She's in the Ewok movies.
You're fucking lying to me.
I'm not.
She's so funny, by the way.
Is she? Tell me everything about her, because I love her.
She was absolutely mortified that the first thing she had to do was like sing the Pan Am national anthem on set. And she sounded great, by the way. She was so, but she came up to me. Obviously, we never worked together, but we crossed paths in the makeup trailer one day, and she just like grabbed my arm and just told me how mortified she was. I don't think she knew who I played in the movie at all, and that's okay. But she was just like, "You will not believe what they did to me," and I was like, "Happens to me all the time. They keep making me sing. I don't fucking know what to tell you." Like.
Oh, that's funny. No,
I didn't know that though. She's such a legend.
Yeah, she's great.
She's so cool.
She's great in it.
Yeah, she's also like really like a glamorous.
Yeah.
Just to look at, she's just super glamorous. I love her. Guys, my friend won an Oscar tonight.
That's cool. Who?
Congratulations.
My friend Nadia Stacy won for hair and makeup from Poor Things.
That's very cool.
And she was our department head on Snow White and designed the hair and
there you
makeup on Snow White. But when she was nominated for Cruella, we all kind of were like, "Oh my gosh, Oscar nominee Nadia Stacy," and it was just like a bit that we had. And now she has an Oscar.
She has one.
And the thing is, the same thing happened last year with Judy Chin for The Whale.
Yeah.
So anyone out there who wants an Oscar, be a department head for hair and makeup on a movie that I'm making, and then you'll win for something else.
Sure.
George, what's that?
Oh, what's this?
Yeah, what is that?
Well, it's a gift for you.
A gift for me.
Yeah. I found this.
What is it, George?
What is that?
This is a magazine from fall 1987. And it was celebrating the golden anniversary.
Oh, yeah, it was 50 years.
Yeah, look, this is exciting. It has a free Snow White poster inside.
For free.
For free. Like you buy the magazine, but the poster's free.
The poster is free. No extra cost.
And there's like little trading cards that are still sealed in the thing.
Wow.
That is actually so cool though.
Yeah. Well, legitimately gonna give you this at some point.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really nice.
It's also like, I know people are like, oh, like, what is this? Is this like a children's magazine or like that? But it actually is hard hitting articles. Like, whatever happened to Prince Buckethead? like someone like, you see this, you're reading
Whatever
this.
happened to Prince Buckethead?
Like, you're a sophisticated adult, you're reading this, and someone might judge you, and you're like, do you even have any idea what kind of big questions this publication is grappling with?
It's pronounced Prince Buckethead. If you could please pronounce it correctly.
Oh, I learned it wrong, and I'm just set in my ways. It'll always be Buckethead to me. But...
Oh, that is fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
No, I actually have like people are so kind with the memorabilia that they send my way from anything that I've done. My friend Reese, who actually hosted the red carpet today for the Oscars, he at Comic-Con got me like the second ever edition of a Shazam comic. Just the sweetest gift. And so I frame all of these things. They're in my office.
Reese is the TikTok boy?
Reese Feldman, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
Guy with the movie camera, I think. He's so great. And he captured a lot of BTS for us on Hunger Games for the Lionsgate TikTok. And
cool.
we love Reese a lot.
That's cool.
We love it. Hi,
George has got so many things tonight.
I know. There's so much going on.
He keeps
it's
grabbing
Oscar night. It's the night where these kind of things inevitably happen, where you start.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm managing like what if a camera or B camera is going on the live feed right now from my laptop here.
Yeah.
So you think you're busy?
I mean, that's cool that they're only doing it with 2 cameras this year.
It's really, really great. So I have one on my buddy Steve, and one running around for everybody else, essentially.
He did a bit earlier.
Did he really?
Yeah, I realized that on social media sometimes I was getting these like sort of what I thought were junk replies. Sometimes, almost always on my feed anyway, it's always a woman responding, and they like some of them, as we said, they sound really classy, like Margaret King or Deborah Davis, and the tweet will just say link in bio, and they're supposed to click on it, and I assume this is like spam, and then I realize who directed a link in bio. My buddy Steve. He's pranking me. All of these tweets. And he's been pranking
He's
everybody.
so funny. He's so silly, goofy.
There's nobody funnier. There's nobody funnier than Buddy Steve. He did a little joke in the Oscars, and he's got time to go on the socials. And he's lurking around. Steve has got more burners than anybody.
Well, I've seen that he has actually had a lot of reaction shots tonight at the Oscars.
Yeah.
Which that is, I will say from experience, the toughest part of going to these things is just the fact that they will film your every move.
Now, are they in front of you or are they far away?
Oh, they are in front of you.
So at least you know that it's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it was kind of crazy because when I went to the BAFTAs with Mike Feist, we were on camera all night. And I was just like, but I just have big grateful face on. But when Josh and I went to the People's Choice Awards, we were just kind of taking the piss and like kept mouthing ridiculous things back and forth to each other in hopes that one of those like TikTok lip readers would be like, the cowboy is going to because we were just having fun with it. Yeah. But it is like quite literally. Oh, and my friend Phineas just won another Oscar.
Just won.
Guys.
Look at that.
There is an Oscar trend that not a lot of people are picking up on tonight, which is the friends of Zegler that are winning Oscars. It's the streak that isn't being reported on widely enough. Your pals.
We need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Are we going to win tonight, do you think?
Yeah, you guys actually, I've got cameras. There are cameras outside your places.
I'm like a mile and a half. Maybe I just head down.
That's true.
Patrick, I did ask. This is not a bit. This is not a joke. And I'm terrified that the answer is no. But I did ask you to release one of our live streams in qualifying runs in LA, New York. Did you do that?
I couldn't find a place that would do it.
Okay, so we probably won't win. We need to be able to release one of these before we go on Twitch in a theater for a week in New York and LA.
Rachel, if I released one that you were in, would you do press for it?
100%.
Okay, great.
Not a lot of press, like a strategic amount, like 5.
Yeah. We would talk to only the hard hitting publications. That are elevated enough to understand the subject material.
Yes, exactly. If they did another,
and then we can talk about whatever happened to Prince Bucketheed.
Uh-huh.
Why not?
What is it? How would you describe the sounds? Because I think everyone has a different way of expressing this, like the sounds in the auditoriums.
Ooh,
it sounds different. It doesn't sound
it does. And I'll be honest, a lot of times you can't necessarily understand a lot of what's going on because it's not set up for a way that the audience is always able to hear super well. Sure. It's really monitors pointing back at the people who are on the stage so that they can understand what they can hear what they're doing. And also they have to double as event spaces and performance spaces a lot of the time. And that's really tough. So there's a lot of echo. There's a lot of echo going on.
Yeah. Which is ironic for a theater that's named after an organization, Dolby, what's their thing? Sound. And I understand why, like you've just articulated it very well, why such thing would happen because there's sort of, there's the live event, but the priority is, I assume, to some extent, the telecast.
Yeah. And it has to be set up in a way that people can move around quickly. Those cameramen are like hustling the entire time.
Sure.
Talk about people who deserve a raise in this industry. It's your cameraman on any award show ever.
And especially tonight, because there's only 2 of them.
There's only 2.
Yeah. And the thing is, they're never going to be able to fit as many people into the venue as watch around the world. And I want to go ahead and get out in front of this. I want to say, I don't think they should even try. I think it'd be wildly irresponsible to try to fit more people into the theater than we'll be watching on the broadcast. I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. That's too many people for any building. Oh
my God.
I don't even know if this is on the table, but I want to get out in front of it. And I beg the Academy to reconsider this idea of trying to prioritize the live event by fitting more people into that building than we'll be watching at home. Don't do it. Just
I'm so happy you're using your platform.
Yeah, finally a filmmaker using their platform for good.
I just don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Sorry, retired filmmaker. I apologize.
No, I mean retired or no, I'll always be a storyteller.
Oh,
that's beautiful, George.
It's very nice.
That was really beautiful.
Yeah.
But you're done making movies. You haven't made a movie in a while, George.
I made a lot of movies. I just don't show them to anybody.
Yeah.
They're
I've been wondering why I haven't gotten a call.
Sure.
I mean, if you want to see a movie, I'll make what kind of movie you want.
I think she wants to be in one, George.
Yeah, I want to be in one.
You want to be in? I'll gladly be in a movie.
What movie?
Any movie. I mean,
Y3K.
Y3K.
Give a quick elevator pitch about the movie you'd want to make right now if you had to make one tomorrow.
Well, the first thing I would say is I'd want to know is there a kind of movie that Rachel fears you won't get an opportunity to be in? Because I feel like all actors have some idea of a thing they'd like to do. They think no one's ever going to take a chance on me in this kind of movie.
I don't know. I've had a really nice time doing many different things, even though, a lot of people like to joke that I always gotta fucking sing something. But I always fucking sing something in something different than the other movie that I sang in. Let me think.
Well,
here's the smallest spoiler. Do you sing in Y2K?
There is a bit, but it's not what you think.
Okay.
It's that there are actually a couple like music moments in it, but it's very 1999.
Okay. You're singing like Duel of the Fates and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay, great.
It's a great scene though. It got a really sweet reaction last night.
I think I might like to cast you as someone who can't sing very well and dub all your singing stuff just with my voice.
Oh, perfect.
So there'll be a point where and my character might even be a professional singer, but we'll have people be like, wow, that's not very good. Like they'll have people saying like it's mostly the dance, like she's more of a dancer, her singing's not that great. And then when you sing, it'll be this is just sort of like I'm just spitballing a basic outline for the story, but it's about a very talented and successful performer with a terrible singing voice who does great dance moves. And do you do great dance moves?
Not at all.
I think that would make it even more fun if in the reality of the movie, everyone's like, she's such a great dancer. And it'll just be whatever, like you genuinely try your best and we'll have you do some really hard dancing, but we'll just have everyone be like, I don't like her singing voice.
Was that Marvin Hamlish from Beyond the Grave commenting, saying,
big fan.
Composer of a chorus line, Marvin Hamlish?
Yeah, big fan. He loves the show.
Oh my God. Crazy. It's like we accidentally performed a seance.
No accident.
Not at all.
It was real.
But you would allow your singing voice to be dubbed in the right context like that?
Yeah, because I've already proven
you got nothing
time and time again that like that's what I'm good at.
Again.
Yeah. It's funny. People still stop me and like tell me how shocked they were by the Grammys performance. And I'm like, I was doing all my own singing in West Side Story.
That's so weird.
Yeah, people are like, I had no idea you could sing like that. I'm like, you didn't? But like, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great compliment because people assume it must be sweetened. It must be movie magic.
Which is very nice. Yeah.
What they're telling you is like, they didn't believe that you were possible.
Wow.
Weird.
Yeah.
I like really coming with the heavy hitters tonight.
It's Oscar night, so it's a night to celebrate.
The Oscars just gets you in a very beautiful place.
Well, the Oscars is about celebrating talent and achievement, and so and I think we generally do that. Like we're not on the show to like this isn't a prank show. We're not here to like slam people and
no, we would never mislead anyone.
No.
And if we did, it'd be all in good fun.
We could become a prank show, though. That would be fun.
I mean, would it be fun, Patrick? What kind of prank would you do?
What kind of prank would I do? That's a great question. Do you have any pitches?
Yeah. I tell people that I'm making another Star Wars movie, but I can't call it Star Wars. and I crew up the whole thing, like cast it, everything, and we go for the table read, and we hand out the scripts and say, tell everyone, like, don't open the script until George comes in. It's time for the table read.
Yeah.
And the first page says, just kidding. So everyone gets paid the full amount they would have gotten paid to work on the movie.
Oh.
Full SAG contract, so you get your points.
Pay or play.
Yeah.
Pay or play.
So it's a big budget prank because it's actually I'm gonna pay everything everyone was gonna make if we had made a Star Wars movie. I'll say we can't call it Star Wars because I don't own that anymore. So we're just calling it like Planet Conflict.
It seems like a good deal.
And then at the table read, I say, thanks everyone for doing this. I'm very excited. Obviously, this isn't Star Wars, but it hopefully captures some of the original spirit of that. So let's take it away. And then we open the first page. It just says, just kidding. The rest of the script is blank. I don't say a fucking word. I get up from the table and I walk out of the room. So like, there's sort of a weird feeling of there's no big reveal. There's just sort of like the footage of people being like, what happened? And then they gradually reveal. They'll start getting like checks in the mail, their bank accounts are like, I mean, I got paid for it, but George came in and the script just said, just kidding.
And would you have like a phrase that you'd say?
Ooh.
Like a prank phrase, like instead of saying like pranked, like what would you say?
You just got Star Wars. I'd be like, wait a second.
Not like Georged?
That's the name of the prank? The thing he can't make? The whole idea of the prank was that he's not allowed to call it that. Surely he's not allowed to call it that.
But it's probably in the contract that you can't name a movie Star Wars, but if you repurpose that phrase, it's not a Star Wars anymore.
Also, we never release this. It happens. And I don't care if people talk about it, but this never gets released.
Sign NDAs as well.
You can't tell anybody, but it's just like some people are like, yeah, I just made like $20,000 for this thing that we showed up on the first thing. I said, just kidding. And they're like, you're not supposed to say that.
God.
Like, what am I? He said, you got Star Wars.
Someone just said you just got detoured, and I think that's fantastic.
That's pretty good.
You just got detoured.
That's pretty
and then
good.
They have to like look that up and figure out what that, and they're like, oh, I think I know what it means.
Right, but if the people don't get it, then you know that they deserved that prank and they don't get their paycheck.
I made a stupid mistake. I'm going to rephrase this. I made a mistake, but I'm going to reformat it into a prank on both of you right now.
Oh.
Okay.
Does it still count as a prank now that you've given us a preamble that you are pranking us?
I don't care if people know it's a prank.
And that it's not a prank and that it was a stupid mistake.
It's not really a prank. It was a stupid mistake, but I'm going to prank you now.
Yeah.
It might be all of these things.
Okay.
So I got you guys mints.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
But
you.
it's for a live stream.
Thank you.
Like if you know it, I'm just gonna eat your mints.
Eat both of them.
We're not in the same place. Hey, you just got Star Wars.
Damn it!
I feel bamboozled.
And you know what the name of the name of that prank is?
What?
Why 2 mints? Also, I don't know if you've ever had 2 of those kind of classic
like peppermints.
Peppermints?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not a candy that you should have 2 of at once. So
no, it's not like Tic Tacs.
It's really also a prank on me because now I have there's no part of my mouth that both of them want to be.
Hey George,
so when I put them off to this, I can't have one in the middle, one at the side.
Hey George.
Yeah.
You just got Star Wars.
I Star Wars myself.
You did.
And the real question is why?
What was the point?
Why 2 mints?
Right now, I'm side playing it. I have a mint on each side on the outside the teeth, and that's the best possible. Like I've tried, I think every variation.
Okay.
It's by far the best solution to keep talking. but it's genuinely horrible. I hate it.
Okay.
Well,
sorry.
Now we learned, I guess.
This is why aren't more prank shows like this?
Not really prank shows?
I've been asking
prank.
myself.
I got both of you big time, and then I got myself. Name a prank show that does that.
Rachel, if they came to you tomorrow and said, we want you to host a prank show, just a run-of-the-mill prank show, what's the move?
I don't.
And they phrase it that way. They say this is a run-of-the-mill
prank. Regular old prank.
They are not looking to break the mold. They want to do a classic run-of-the-mill prank show. And
I don't know, guys.
Well, what's your ask? What's your demand? If they're like, look, we can work with you. What do you want it to be?
I get those things scare me when they get like mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they can get mean. Like that.
Kindness first.
Kindness first.
Yeah.
I gotta get paid.
Fun name for a prank show. Kindness first.
Kindness first.
Kind pranks.
And I gotta get paid.
You gotta get paid.
Sure.
This is gonna be one for the money.
SAG minimum.
Yeah.
At least.
At least.
How would you feel if it was your first possessive above the title billing?
Rachel
Zegler's kind prank.
Rachel Zegler's kindness first.
It's already like not bad.
That could be the movie we make, George.
Not many people have their name before it's like Lee Daniels the butler, and that's about it.
Usually it's the filmmaker and not the star that has the possessive. You might be making like movie history to be the first actor to get a possessive before above the title. But I would grant it in a heartbeat.
You mean this isn't Rachel Zegler's George Lucas talk show?
Oh God, is it now? Oh no.
A lot of
Where are you guys? Make the posters. I want them now.
A lot of people.
Is that a new shirt? That might be a shirt we have to sell.
A lot of people are gonna not be sure if it's possessive or Rachel Zegler is.
Rachel Zegler is George Lucas.
Now, I do want to credit you with something that you have had a lasting and I think permanent effect on the show by. For almost a decade, we didn't really know what to call the show. And you very casually described it in your interview, in your quiz interview with Vanity Fair, as you said, I have friends who do a variety spoof show called the George Lucas Talk Show. And we have changed we immediately changed our bio. Yes, because that is what this is. It's a variety spoof show.
I'm actually very honored that you've said that because I never really know quite how to describe anything that my friends do because I never because I can goof around with my friends, but I never want to goof around too hard in front of people who aren't my friends and then they think I'm offensive.
Right.
Sure.
And so, yeah, okay, I'm glad that you enjoyed that.
Yes, of course.
Because this is my favorite thing to do and I never want to.
If I may praise you for something, you say you never know how to describe what your friends do, but so far this evening, you've very easily said, "My friends won an Oscar." My friends win Oscars.
They do. Fun fact: my friends do win Oscars.
Fun fact.
It is one of the most fun facts I know.
I'm gonna have these mints. You can tell that. The normal amount of time that a human mouth, let's say an average human mouth, because all mouths are probably different, but an average human mouth, the amount of time it takes to break down a peppermint, it's more than doubled by the fact that I have two, because whatever the process is, I feel like it's going to take 3 times as long for these mints to just disappear.
Sure.
I really did Star Wars myself so hard.
Just hate when I Star Wars myself.
People are shaking hands on the Oscars right now, clapping and shaking hands. Oh, did Cillian just win?
Did Cillian win?
I believe so, yeah.
And he's shaking all the hands of the actors.
That is my agent's client, and he is there with him tonight.
Ooh.
It's very exciting.
You should text the agent.
I am going to right now.
Be like, we're talking about you.
He kept telling me like how much he was like sad he wasn't going to be at South by Southwest, and I was like, dude,
you got a reason.
Killian's gonna win. and Brendan is also his client and won last year too. So he's had like a really crazy 2-year run here.
Well, between your friends and their clients,
yeah.
I mean, who can't you count at the Oscars?
Do you have any friends? Do you have any friends like you're beelining on them to be like, you're next?
I think Dominic Sessa will be next.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so thrilled for that man.
Yeah.
I think Jacob will win in the next couple years. My friend Jacob Elordi is going to win. Yeah. It's just one of those things. I mean, me and Phineas's girlfriend Claudia were talking at the Academy Gala, and Phineas is so nonchalant. He's such a good dude who's just like, yeah, it could happen, might happen. And Claudia and I were like, it's gonna happen. It's going to. Like, he performed it that night, and obviously you're in front of so many Academy voters, and I'm like, that just signed and sealed it. They're already engraving the statuette. It's done.
Is that his second?
That's his second Oscar, because they won for No Time to Die a few years ago.
Yeah. And I mean, like, even if you don't, it's going to happen. Like, even if you don't get it for, like, a thing, they'll give you a Thalberg.
It's true. It's just, why not?
Like, it's just like, just be patient. Yeah. That's what everybody told me. They said, just be patient. If you don't get it for this, you'll get a Thalberg.
George.
Is Steve presenting? Is that what's happening? Steven?
Right now.
Is he presenting Best Actress?
Or is it Best
He's
Picture?
doing directing.
Oh, directing. Oh, so it goes actor, directing, actress, picture?
Yeah. Actor, directing, actress, picture.
Amazing.
Which I remember by saying ADAP.
Hey, George.
ADAP.
ADAP. Adapt. Like when people used to dap.
Right.
George, I have not eaten dinner yet.
Okay. This is really not a show problem.
Should I? Here's my question. Should I go to In-N-Out near the Dolby Theater?
Oh my God, you're going to run into Giamatti.
I think I'm going to go.
I think you should.
Okay.
You absolutely should.
All right. Stay here. I'll stay here.
Is Chris Nolan about to win Best Director? Guys?
He just won.
Oh, I'm so happy for him.
Steve is hugging Chris.
That is so.
They're patting on backs.
Patrick is gone.
Steve's smiling. Patrick's headed to In-N-Out. And Nolan looking dapper, but he has that one like floppy hair that lets you know, like, don't.
Chris Nolan is a handsome man.
He is a dapper Dan.
Yeah.
He is elegant while still looking like a real person.
Yeah.
He's like
attainably handsome.
That's a great way of phrasing it. He also he has some, and I mean this in a positive way, he has some bird-like features. Like he has those sort of arched eyebrows that give a very like, that actually in tribute to Chris Nolan's win tonight.
Some would call him a Birdman.
A Birdman. Which is a classic Oscar look. Birdman
no relation.
Very well at the Oscars. If you're a Birdman, the Oscars might be for you.
Chris Nolan was at the Los Angeles premiere of West Side Story, and I was shitting myself.
That is a terrifying story.
It is terrifying. It was like one of those things where I saw him and he came to like the after party for half a second, which was on the rooftop of the Roosevelt Hotel. And I just simply looked downward. And Patrick, you're upside down. There you go.
Yeah, he's looking downward.
And I fully just went like this and was like, I can't say hi. I have those moments every so often where I cannot say hi to somebody.
Right. But he had just seen the movie though, right?
Yeah, and he was very complimentary to my agent Adam, who he knows because of Killian. And they work together all the time. But I was just like, No, that's okay. Thank you, though. I'm all right. No.
But now, do you ever think about, like, even, you know, he's intimidating to people because he makes these movies that have these sort of like big feelings and big ideas. They feel like he makes these like blockbuster brainy films.
Yeah.
And sometimes he'll make like very successful films that people really have trouble understanding. They work hard to try and understand.
Yeah.
But if he's just seen you as Maria, to see you in real life, he might also be intimidated in that way, that when you meet someone in a movie and then you meet them in real life, like he gets lost in the movie as well. You know?
I can't imagine that, but maybe so. Sorry, Leonard is freaking out about something. Lenny, baby, what's wrong? What's going on? Sorry. I don't know. Someone in the hallway. Come here.
Good
it's
dog.
Okay.
That's protecting.
My dog has anxiety just like me. Yeah, it was just like for me, that was like my first experience of people seeing it and liking it and wanting to talk to me about it. And I kind of denied everybody the opportunity to say anything to me about it. It was so nerve-wracking. It's such a, though, George.
I'm
when
shy.
you show people your movies for the first time, it's like, do you actually want to hear any of it?
I want to experience the reaction of the audience, but I have social anxiety I'm very shy. I'm not a social butterfly
That's how I feel about doing stuff like that. Like, even after the Y2K premiere last night, the audience reaction was so wonderful. And then I like stuck around at the party for like 20 minutes. Circled around, said hi to who I needed to say hi to, and I was like, I'm good. I can go now.
I'm unless I have someone to talk to that I'm comfortable with, I'm a wallflower at a party.
I get it.
I'll just watch other people having fun.
And then you'll do what? Do you leave, or you just stick around and stay wallflowered?
I'll find somewhere to go, at some point.
Mr. Leonard, you say hi.
Hello.
You say hi to George.
Hello, Mr. Leonard.
You say hi.
Hello, Maestro.
Yes, Mr. Leonard Bernstein. Yeah. Okay.
Do you think Maestro will ever see Maestro?
I would love to show him, but I saw it twice in theaters, so I couldn't take him with me, obviously.
You should at least show him the best scene in the movie.
Is it Snoopy?
Snoopy in the vestibule, and then Snoopy floating by outside.
Who left Snoopy? It's his day.
Who left Snoopy?
I did tell Brad, though. I was like, just so you know. I don't know if you'd go as far as, to name your dog that, but I did.
Yeah.
So,
since the last time that we've chatted on the show.
Yeah.
Because you and I have some things in common.
Yeah. Steve.
Buddy Steve. We have friends in common, obviously.
Yeah.
We're obviously, in the movie business.
Oh, yes.
But, I've been thinking a lot about, obviously I've made a lot of movies that were number one.
Yeah.
In the world.
Yes.
And a worldwide number one is a very big deal.
It is a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look at number ones. Like a number one is always fun. You know, whether it's like the Mean Girls musical, which I had nothing to do with, but it was a number one, not worldwide, but it was a number one domestic. And that's fun. Like, it's fun. Like, I'm happy for them.
It's a cool thing. Yeah.
It's a very cool thing to have number ones.
Yeah.
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 It's a funny thing. And whether you're if you're the star of a worldwide number one, that's a very big thing. If you're behind the scenes, or even if you just have the tiniest little part in a number one.
In a number one, yeah.
It's it's a funny thing. It's a funny old world, isn't it?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very humbling experience. It was really
humbling.
Yeah.
Now that's an interesting take on it, because some people, being number one, the power goes to their head, the glory, the glamour.
Of course. But
did you ever worry that would be your reaction, that the power and the glory and the glamour would go to your head?
Honestly, George, no. I am a very grounded individual, despite what most of the internet might believe. And like, for me, it was like, I can't believe so many people took a second to say, hey, and like pop into a theater and buy a ticket and sit down and watch what was a really long movie and like and reinvest in a franchise that maybe they thought was over. And I'm sure you know all about that, George, with like, you know, I love when fans are so dedicated to their fandom that they don't nitpick about, you know, it's not Jennifer Lawrence, it's not this, it's not that. They're just happy that there's more content in a fandom that they love. And so I was so humbled by it and so warmed by it. And still to this day, it's like the thing I get the most compliments for is just people saying how much they love. Even on my flight today, the flight attendants were just like, we loved Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And that's really, really, really cool.
And I want to say two other things, I think, because I was so proud of you for doing a prequel. we love a prequel. We love a prequel, don't we?
We do love a prequel.
We love a prequel. And Scary Snakes in a movie, buddy Steve and I like that. Like when you have Scary Snakes in a movie, that's a good movie.
And I worked with 2 real snakes, and then the ones that were all around me were fake, but I loved working with the snakes.
Is it easier to act scared of a real snake than an imaginary one, or is it the same skill set?
Well, I'm not scared of them in any of the scenes. I'm really just like amazed by them in one, like, you know, kind of, well, I guess I was scared.
There's like an intensity though, because
Yeah. Cause I guess I know that, you know, what are these creatures doing? Are they actually real snakes? Whatever. I just watched them kill a bunch of people. So I guess fear is correct. That's the correct direction, George.
Right. At least a little bit, but
yeah. But then I ease into it because I decided to sing. And but then the scenes where I'm holding the real snakes, it was just really fun.
Did you ever have a phobia of snakes? Because some people have pet snakes, they like snakes.
Yeah, one of my best friends has a phobia of snakes. I do not. I've never been I never had a reason to be scared of them, and I feel like that's probably it. I didn't grow up with them around. I never saw a garden snake or anything like that. Like growing up in Jersey, I have a feeling that might have been the reason that I was kind of welcoming to the idea of holding one. I'd never been scared of one or by one before.
What's the scariest animal that's indigenous to Jersey?
I'll say that I don't know entirely I'll say in my experience, I had a lot of woodland creatures in my backyard, and the foxes make a really scary cry at night to scare off other predators or to announce. It could be a mating call. I don't really know. It's it is a shriek. It sounds like a shriek.
What's the closest you think you could slightly replicate it? How close do you think you
I can try?
Oh,
they sound like wailing babies or women who are being attacked. It's actually really scary.
I don't want to scare Mr. Bernstein.
He'll be fine. If I'm making a noise, he'll be okay.
Yeah,
or it's
he likes those chin straps.
And it sounds really terrifying.
Yeah.
And I just remember, oh, is that Daddy? Yeah. Go say hi. My dog's obsessed with Joshua.
It looks like Emma Stone won for Poor Things.
Did she win?
I mean, if she didn't, then something crazy happened. She's holding a trophy and crying.
But congratulations, Emma Stone. That is so wonderful for her.
So it looks like she won. I really enjoyed that movie. I mean, I think this was a really great year for movies.
I agree. We have a lot of very strong films this year.
I also think it's really interesting that one thing about the Oscars that seemed to almost happen by accident is that when Dark Knight didn't get a nomination back in the days where you'd have 5 movies for Best Picture, I was like, we got to have more nominations so we can get some more popular movies in.
Yeah.
But I feel like because of the 10, it's actually, rather than loading up with popular blockbusters, it's actually created more opportunities for movies like The Zone of Interest or Poor Things. That
absolutely,
it's really hard to imagine films like that getting into a top 5 situation in any previous decade. Whatever the 1983 version of Poor Things or The Zone of Interest, it would just be you'll win some other kind of award at a lower
Yeah.
level, but you won't get into the Oscar race.
I'm really hoping that in the future it opens up for animation again to be in Best Picture category, because it's just been so long since we've had. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I don't actually know. The last one I can recall was Shrek. No, Beauty and the Beast was nominated in Best Picture. Shrek is the reason that the animation category was created in 2001.
Yes. I feel confident that no picture in the Shrek franchise has ever cracked the Best Picture.
Which is silly because Shrek 2 fucking rocks.
Yeah, what else happened that year that wouldn't allow the second Shrek into the Best Picture race? What other movies?
I can't imagine anything better than Shrek 2, George. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, do you like the Puss in Boots movies?
Actually auditioned for the Puss in Boots movies and I didn't book, and I'm still salty about it.
How salty? Is this exclusive?
I guess. I mean, I'll be honest, I get very annoyed when people talk about like, oh, I auditioned for that and I didn't get it, and they like act really like mad about it. This is all jokes. I went through a really long time during the pandemic of like solely auditioning for like animation stuff because of other circumstances surrounding like contracts and things. So I was really only auditioning for animation, and so I have like so many voice memos on my phone still of like different things that I had auditioned for and not gotten, obviously, one of which was a Lexus commercial. Like in Spanish,
right?
So funny. I just wanted a Lexus.
I know because I had done some work. Watto and I back in the day took some classes at UCB, and I know that there was a Lexus campaign that I know of a couple of improvisers who booked a live Lexus ad back when Jimmy Fallon hosted Late Night with Jimmy Fallon. And they improvised a live Lexus commercial in the middle of the night.
I love that, actually.
And I only know this secondhand. Obviously, I wasn't in the commercial, but from what I've been told, being in the dark with floodlights, improvising by the East River in the middle of the night, and then having to do it 3 hours later for the West Coast is one of the strangest experiences that a person could have in the business. And you do not get a free Lexus at the end of it, at least on that level.
Well, I didn't book, so I didn't get a free Lexus either.
Yeah. Now,
it was a Lexus ES.
And what's the ES stand for?
I don't actually know. Josh, would an ES in a car be an electric vehicle?
Extra special.
No? Because that would be EV.
I think it's extra special.
Extra special. You're right, George.
You probably have like more cup holders and stuff.
More
just like some bonus, like a lot of things that you wouldn't expect.
Josh said extremely soft, like the seats are really soft.
Oh, and even the outside of the car might be like even softer.
Oh yeah,
it's revolutionary, cutting edge technology. They found out how to make cars out of linens.
They make cars out of linens now.
Extremely soft.
With a Lexus ES, the extra soft new Lexus, you won't crash into another car. You'll squish into it couldn't be safer. The cars are so soft that no matter how fast you're going, you just squish into the other car.
It's actually just making a safer world for all of us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write something down.
Josh just got an idea.
Al Pacino is presenting, I assume, maybe Best Picture. And so,
what do you think? What do you think, George? What's your prediction?
I mean, it seems like everyone's saying that Oppenheimer is going to go home with the gold.
I'm thinking the same thing, and I'd be very happy for them if they did, because it was a fantastic movie. Sorry?
It's the Cardinals in double overtime.
Oh, yeah? Your prediction is Cardinals in double overtime? Okay.
St. Louis Cardinals?
Yep. Me in St. Louis.
Who's I really don't even know who's
I
nominated.
mean, what's nominated this year? We've got Oppenheimer, Poor Things, Killers of the Flower Moon.
I just saw Al Pacino say.
He said, "Oscar winner."
Steve's like three. Steve. It goes Steve and Marty and Chris in the seating.
Oh wow!
He's up front. The row behind him is Marty, and behind that is Chris, I think. Very good. What a fun Oscar night.
What a great Oscar night.
Now, Patrick, is Patrick close to ordering?
I am currently across the street from In-N-Out.
Patrick is on location at the famous In-N-Out.
I'm on location.
Goes after they win or lose.
We're here on Sunset and Orange in Los Angeles. The famous
Josh and I
corner.
went to Dave's Hot Chicken after our Oscars.
Also a good spot.
And we had a great time.
How hot was the chicken?
How hot was it? It was very hot chicken.
Do you regret not going to In-N-Out?
No regrets.
We are East Coast people.
Sure. That makes sense.
Yeah, and then we went back to our hotel. I couldn't go to any after parties because I wasn't allowed because of Snow White. They didn't want me to get sick.
Sure.
So Josh and I just had our own after party in my hotel room, and we played the piano that was in the hotel room. And we played a lot of hilarious songs about our experience at the Oscars.
Amazing.
Originals? Did you remember them or record them in any way, or were they?
We did not record them, but a lovely gentleman came to pick up my jewels that I was wearing that night, and he knocked on the door, and I opened it, and Josh and I both were like, "You want to hear our song?" And we played it for him.
So as long as he remembers how he felt, those songs remain alive.
The song lives on, and if what they say in Coco is real, we'll only actually die once he forgets the song that we played him.
Rachel, do you know who was on our show earlier tonight?
Who?
Bobby Lopez
and songs
Kristen.
For Coco.
Oh, no way!
Kristen Lopez.
Beautiful human
that
being. Fun? That is fun.
Yes, two of the best.
You know who I saw last week?
Who?
I saw Darcy Carden.
Who?
Oh,
it's the best.
Yeah.
How is Darcy?
Guys, it is
She's wonderful. She's doing a fun improv show with Josh and
double
Aaron
cheeseburger
while Patrick orders his burger.
Can I get a grilled onion on both sides?
Also a vanilla milkshake.
And something for Rachel.
Can I get a bun and then onions and then burger?
And also a vanilla milkshake.
And something for Rachel.
Yeah.
Something for Rachel, please.
Got one whole girl.
Buy a shirt. Patrick, buy a shirt.
You
and
can
then
always
can
remember
I get
to
a
say.
vanilla milkshake?
Yeah.
No
Okay,
fries.
good.
Table cookies. Ask if they have any table cookies.
Can I also get a shirt?
I forgot that
like
bit.
a medium, I guess.
Ask if they have any table cookies.
You guys don't have any table cookies, do you? Just, cookies? Do you guys have any cookies? No. Okay, that's it. That's all.
But ask for about table cookies.
I have a double with extra homework blanket. I'm not sure if it's going to
That's fine, and we'll figure it out. Yeah. We love it. Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. Patrick, all right. Good job. I forgot about table cookies. That is the closest thing to a prank that we actually have done on the show.
Do you guys take pizza?
Oh, by the way, I should have
data
asked
invalid.
earlier, but I just realized that the mints are gone.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God, you didn't realize that you finished the mints?
I think sometime in the last 5 to 10 minutes, the mints ended.
Thank you so much.
But I didn't
Thank
notice it when it happened. They're just gone.
Guys, it is so busy in here.
Of course, because everyone's coming there from the Oscars.
Everyone is
I don't think
filing
the show's
in.
done yet.
Jimmy
Yeah.
is wrapping up.
I got the shirt.
Staying
Are you
his
happy
final
I got
stuff.
the shirt?
Yeah. Put it on over the suit.
Put it on
I haven't
right
gotten it yet.
now.
When I get it, I'll try to put it on. Look how busy it is.
How many of those people are
Crazy.
Paul Giamatti?
How many Paul
so far,
Giamatti's
0.
are there?
Or 0.
Wow.
But
The
I mean,
mints ended
I don't
was
know.
a very funny way of putting that, George. Sorry, it's just catching up with me now. Going, the mints ended is so funny.
Well, because they stopped.
The mints credits are rolling and it's over.
Yeah. The yeah,
Oh
there
my
wasn't
God.
like there was a little like Marvel stinger at the end. Oh, I'm looking around to see if there's anything fun for Oscar night around here.
Oh.
The Oscars are officially over. The magic is done until next year.
The magic ended.
Yeah, the magic ended.
But we feel good about everything, right?
We feel really good about it. Yeah.
It's always very amazing to see just celebration of art. I think there's never a reason to be disappointed about somebody being celebrated for doing something incredible that not everybody has the guts to do or the opportunity to do. All of my friends won, so I guess I'm better than everybody else.
Well, they say that when your friends win an Oscar, in a way, your friendship has also won an Oscar.
And in a way, I, through the transitive property, have also won an Oscar.
Yeah. And oh, they're gonna
stop putting your credit card information.
It's gone. It's all. You only got the last couple digits.
Yeah, but we also got the name of your server, and she didn't ask me to be doxxed. You gotta blur that for the YouTube.
I guess that's. Oh, it does have her last name on it too.
Yes. This is not what the show is supposed to be, Patrick.
No, here's a problem.
Patrick just lost the Oscar for the show.
A boy did just walk by me wearing a Star Wars shirt, George.
Okay, good.
Does he know who you're on?
You know what the show is?
I don't think he does. I don't think he knows who I'm talking to.
Are you sure? Or Patrick, did you just get Star Wars?
George did tell you to go to the In and Out. Was that just
true.
Jake Sully? It was Jake Sully, guys.
Oh no, it was Jake Sully. Oh no.
I was gonna say, where is Jake Sully tonight?
That's a great question.
I would say probably at a table read for Avatar 12.
And at the table read, he opened the script and it said, "Just kidding."
Just kidding. But then the page beyond that says
Avatar 13.
Just kidding about that. It's a double joke. You just got Star Wars. What's this?
What if we made fun shapes for the Oscars?
Wait, say that one more time?
What if we made fun
shapes for the Oscars?
With this thing that my boyfriend's gave him.
Yeah, do it.
And that Lenny now wants.
I can't believe is this Josh's third appearance on the show now?
I think technically that was Josh's third appearance on the show.
Crazy.
He is a star, so it makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
He would be on the show more than once.
I mean, he'll be in the credits.
I don't think he'll ever do a full Irishman, but I do think you could probably get Josh in one of your live shows for sure.
Wow.
And I'm not going to speak for him, obviously. He can hear me talking right now.
Sure. All right. Well, we'll have to see if we can do it.
I think that he should. He should, because he has a lot of knowledge about your films, George.
I like that.
He loves you so
I like
much.
the sound of that.
He's a big fan.
Does he have a favorite?
Hey, Josh. Can you answer some questions for me really quick? Can you come here? Do you have a favorite George Lucas film? His filmography.
Ironic or genuine?
Do you want the ironic answer, George, or do you want the genuine one?
Could I have a double and get both?
Okay, George Lucas would like both.
I know probably like half of the scripts to episode 1 of Star Wars.
I got it.
Phantom Menace.
Okay.
Probably, I know some of the. I know.
I think
I think that's my favorite.
I like hearing this
movie so often. Genuinely, honestly, probably episode 3.
Okay.
He's a prequel man.
That's up there on my ranking as well, George.
Either that.
Oh,
obviously, I could be.
What did he tear open? Sorry, the The dog has torn open a toy in his rage.
Was Attack of the Clones too romantic?
Was Attack of the Clones too romantic, Josh?
Attack of the Clones.
I say yes.
Attack of the Clones was an amazing device that you used to sell a lot of things. And I thought it worked very successfully because I did want all the action figures from that movie. And Anakin lit up the second lightsaber, and I was like, oh my gosh, dual wielding. That's never happened before. It was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Did Josh have a favorite action figure?
Did you have a favorite action figure? Asks Patrick.
Yeah, there was like an Anakin. No. There was it was like a Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan one. And like their little lightsabers, like you could take out kind of like in Legos, you could take out the lightsaber and put it in a different color.
So you could technically change the Kyber crystal, George.
Yeah. Rachel, I know how a lightsaber works.
I'm just making sure that you know, George, because it's been a really long time since.
It is true.
Is that my bolo tie?
I don't. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hey guys, just as an update, I'm standing outside. There is a large black SUV that is being loaded, filled with In-N-Out burgers.
Oh, there's probably a party.
Giamatti is on the lot. Giamatti is on the lot.
Giamatti is on the way.
But I just wanted to give an update.
Has Josh ever seen the Droids era lightsaber that goes like that?
Do you want to show him?
Yeah.
So, well, yeah, come into frame with.
So,
does he want them to see your PJ pants?
When I made the animated,
what are you talking about?
I love those.
I got this for him.
Braveheart pajamas. So in the 1980s, I made a C-3PO Saturday morning cartoon called Droids, and this was the toy that we made for it, and it's a lightsaber, and this is the hilt, and then this is the lightsaber. Because the whole lightsaber before that, the only lightsaber option for a toy, it could only be fully a lightsaber. There was no way to. This was the first retractable one, but it couldn't be any bigger than it has to be smaller than the hilt to fit inside the hilt. So that's the lightsaber.
But the thing is that in reality, if lightsabers are real and that was a lightsaber, it would have so many very practical applications.
Yeah, it feels like this would be, ironically, a more terrifying Jedi, because it would be like he'd kill you like up close.
I wonder if Favreau will have an addition in some of the later iterations that he does, where there's like a dagger-esque.
Yeah, like because someone fighting with a dagger when everyone else has very long swords feels like a degree of confidence that the people with the long swords are like, we got to get out of here. This guy is terrifying.
But when they like take it out.
Hey, George, Rachel, George, this is Josh. He's a fan of the show.
Hi, Josh.
Hello, Josh.
People said hi.
What's your shirt say?
What's your shirt say, George? Sloth Rust. We like Sloth Rust. Sloth Rust, great band.
Oh.
I'm gonna mute now.
How is Leonard Bernstein feeling about? Because I don't think Maestro had a big night at the Oscars, but because Buddy Steve was one of the producers on that, so I was a little bit like rooting for it.
Of course.
But I do feel like that's one of there are some films that like the nomination really is the award in a way that like being part of the conversation. I know that's sort of the joke, like, oh, it's an honor being nominated, but it really is. Like, there's so many things that get made and only a handful can really be recognized.
I agree. And I mean, I think people really do get hung up on like, will they win? Will they not win? And like whether or not winning matters more or less.
It's a hard dilemma because you wouldn't watch the Oscars if there wasn't a winner aspect to it. If it was just like, tonight we're going to celebrate.
Wouldn't watch the Hunger Games. Who's going to watch the games if there's no winner?
Announced celebrations of shared achievement. It would be hard to get people to watch. So you have to have that sporting element of.
I agree. Of will they, won't they?
Yeah.
We love a will they, won't they, whether it's will they, won't they, will this, 14-year-old girl date this 9-year-old kid? that like they met on a desert planet. Like, will they, won't they? Like, we love that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if they won't, that's fine. And if they will, that's also interesting.
They never refer to it as won't they, will they. You know, like if it's someone that you don't want to get together.
Right. And
Will
also,
they? Won't they?
well, and Star Wars is a will they, won't they, but it's mostly a will they. And when I say will, I mean WHILLS, because the wills are the microscopic creatures that control what everyone does. So will they? Won't they? Well, if the wills don't want them to, then they won't. So
I guess you could say if there's
they
a
won't.
will, there's a way.
If there's a way, as in Curds and Way, as in Little Miss Muffet, as in these are fairy tales, these are nursery rhymes. Classic stories.
Nothing's real.
Yes,
Nothing's fucking
all
real.
made up. All of it.
All fake. You know, Josh has been to your ranch, George.
Oh, what was your favorite part? Did you try the chili?
He held Han Solo's blaster.
That's a good one.
He came and visited you guys when he was on tour with Hamilton.
How did he like the blaster?
Josh, how did you like holding Han Solo's blaster?
It was cool. It was fitted with a few modifiers, that made the blaster a little bit more powerful, a little bit more accurate than handling the blaster. Isn't a traditional kind of blaster that you would see.
Did it feel like a blaster that someone would shoot first?
100%.
100%.
Yeah. Guilty AF.
Guilty AF.
Guilty AF.
Have I told you guys the story of when I met your buddy Harrison?
No, I did not know this story.
This is one of those where I didn't realize how starstruck I was going to be. But I went to visit James Mangold on the set of Indy 5, and I was shooting Snow White across the way. He was on one side of Pinewood, I was on the other. And I finished for the day, and they were like, we're going to drive you over to the other side to say hi to Jim. And I was like, cool. And they let me onto the lot, and I met with his assistant. And I just sat in a chair and I just watched a couple scenes be done. It was just like they were on the boat, and it was the three like, guys who were on the boat with the young man, the young kid. And he wasn't supposed to work that day, so I was like chilling. Somebody was like, yeah, Harrison's not going in today. He's got a fitting and then he's gonna go home. But then he came onto set in costume as Indiana fucking Jones and walked by me, and I gasped to myself. It wasn't loud or obnoxious about it, but I like grabbed the nearest person next, like to me, closest to me, because I could not believe he just had like a question about the script he wanted to talk to Jim Mangold about. I could not believe that that's what was going on. And then he turned around and he said, oh, hi. It's nice to meet you. I haven't seen your movie. He was talking about West Side Story. And I was like, that's okay. I haven't seen all of yours either. And he laughed. And he said, Jim doesn't let me watch any good movies. So, and then he left.
That is a perfect Harrison interaction.
It was the best. I came home. Josh was like, he was visiting me in London, and I came home like catatonic, staring forward. Like I was just like, you will not believe what fucking happened today.
I mean, that is perfect because it's the perfect in and out. Like you didn't have time to say anything that you'd think about for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to say in and out while I had it out, but I did.
No, now this is
like,
content.
He's got this dry sense of humor that he touts and everybody talks about. And then like I had an experience with it, and I was able to riff back, and he laughed. And that was a really, really cool moment for me. And I immediately texted Steve.
What did Steve say?
I think he and Christy McCosco Krieger ended up calling him later that week to ask if they could send him a screener of West Side Story.
What's great about that is, for real, guarantee, like Harrison really enjoyed the response being, I haven't seen all of yours, because that's the type of thing that's like, it's like a kindness first sort of thing.
Kindness first.
Like, that, of course, part of it is he's made so many movies that if you had seen everything, it would be kind of crazy.
It would be
like,
freaky.
that
Yeah.
You've seen like the Frisco Kid and everything,
Which is famously in my Letterboxd top 4.
Are we getting your Letterboxd 4 right now?
Do you know what? I actually I'm gonna let Letterboxd share it because they interviewed me last night, and I was really nervous about it.
Rachel, what were your top 4?
Do you want to hear it, or should I let Letterboxd have their moment?
I want to have our exclusive here.
Okay, well, I said Old Boy, said Inside Louis Davis.
Great.
I said Birdman, and I said I'm Not There, which is the Todd Haynes movie about which a lot of people don't go for with Todd Haynes.
Sure.
They don't. I'm Not There. But.
Do you have a favorite Dylan? Do you have a favorite Dylan in that?
I love Heath. I think Heath Ledger did such a great job in it. But I was just astounded. Cate Blanchett. It's an Oscar-nominated performance. It's a fucking incredible performance. Yeah, I'm trying to think because then you have Richard Gere as well.
I think the Christian Bale sequence is really fascinating.
That one's amazing because I like the Julianne Moore Joan Baez bit too. It's pretty cool. And I think the young man who does like the kid in the circus, he's fucking great. And then there's not a bad performance in that movie. Is it Ben Whishaw? He's fucking awesome in that. At the deposition, it's like just an incredible performance. And I love movies that dare to do something very different. And the concept of Bob Dylan described himself as so many different people and claims he lived so many different lives. So let's just give him that is better than any biopic could do. No offense to Jim Mangold, who is making the biopic.
Now, another thing that strikes me I'm still thinking about this Harrison encounter.
Yes.
The fact that like there's something really beautiful about on some level, you're just a normal person who's meeting this person who's this like pop culture icon, a person whose character has been name checked in a Bob Dylan song, because Bob Dylan has now like Indiana Jones is like one of those names that now is in a Bob Dylan song. So there's like layers of legend built into him.
100%.
But also in that moment, you're also two people who have both been in films by Buddy Steve.
Yeah.
On some level, it's sort of like you do the same thing for a living.
It is one of those, like, it's a humbling thing. I don't know, it's the word of the night, but like he's one of those. I've had like, a couple of experiences with actors, Bob De Niro being one of them as well, where you could just tell that they like being treated like a fellow actor in an actor's troupe.
Mm-hmm.
That we're truly all just like coming together to like reach a common goal and make something different and cool and fun and wonderful. And so it was a really cool moment of like, maybe it's not so bad to meet your heroes.
Yes. And also to be part of like, so you're on the Spielberg line, which puts you, Maria and Indiana Jones are both on that, in that Spielberg filmography. Yeah. But you also, now that you've worked with Kyle, you're also on the Luke Skywalker, the Mark Hamill.
True, Brigsby Bear.
Yeah, that like not, and that's in some ways that's like a harder one to get onto in some ways.
It is. And I will say my biggest flex in this lifetime is that Mark Hamill wishes me a happy birthday every year.
He's a gem.
I'm sure he does the same for you, George.
Oh yeah, we always say happy birthday.
Always. It's a very, very nice thing that he does. And so, but yeah, like that, Kyle's like, I always say her web connects them all. I make the Madam Web joke about Kyle Mooney because he just seems to know everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He's just got one of those like careers, because I imagine when he was on SNL, and he was on SNL for a really good chunk of time, that like you have celebrity guests every weekend, you get tight with these people over the span of a week, and then he became really good buddies with them. And it's just such an interesting career trajectory that he's had that's really inspiring and wonderful. And now I like that he's directing now, and everything that he's written has been so fucking brilliant. So I think you're going to like Y2K a lot.
I'm very excited to see it. Because I love Brigsby Bear. Like it's such a, it's one of those movies. I went into it cold. Like I did not know what the premise was. So when it starts to when it starts to reveal its layers.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time that I saw a movie where I was so completely in the dark about what was going to happen next. So
Right.
when surprising things would happen in that movie, they really worked on me.
I do feel Y2K has a lot of that surprise aspect where you go in thinking it's going to be one movie and it turns into something completely different. And the reactions last night were so genuine. From my agent was sitting next to, it was me on the aisle, my publicist next to me, and then my agent. And my agent Celestine was watching it like this. And it was so funny. I would just look over at her and she'd be like, and like, they've read the script. They know what I'm like signing on to do and what I, have taken as a job, but it's pretty
exciting. That's so exciting. I mean, like,
cool.
and I'll say this as well. Like I didn't have anything to do with Dial of Destiny.
Right.
I was sort of like out of the process of that, but I think that the final third or final like fifth, I guess maybe, of the movie, sort of like the finale of that movie, shall we say, I think is a really exciting surprise. Because I think that one of the things that we, when Steve and I were making those, we would always try very hard to make each one feel different, even though like the first and the third share some similar bones in some way, but
yeah,
it wasn't just a remake of that. We wanted each movie to have its own distinct feel and personality.
There's a t-shirt that has been acquired.
Got the shirt.
Oh, how's it going to fit over that suit? They are hopping there tonight. It always seems to me like at an In-N-Out burger, based on my observation of it, that there's a certain amount of anxiety and chaos at any hour of the day. Just
That's
in terms
true.
of like, however
I've
long.
never been to an empty. No, the only empty In-N-Out I've ever been to was in Vegas, and that is exactly why it was empty.
I wonder if it's the same ingredients even in Vegas.
I wonder. It did taste a little different.
That's the taste of Vegas.
It's true. And I had like landed at Vegas airport and then I had to drive like 3 or 4 hours to a town called Pahrump. And it was like the entrance to essentially 3 hours of desert. Yes.
You ever watch Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip?
I was about to bring this up.
The Aaron Sorkin show?
I have not.
There's a major arc on that show where they all get stuck in Pahrump, Nevada.
Pahrump?
That's with John Goodman, right?
Oh my God. I had to fly from Paris to Pahrump, and that's what we called the trip. We're like Paris to Pahrump.
And I worked with David Bowie on the film Labyrinth, and he sang the song "The Little Drummer Boy," which has a section that sounds like "Parum pum pum pum."
Pahrump, Pahrump pum pum pum. Come, they told me.
Parum pum pum pum.
Lenny keeps eating fuzz. It's just really not okay.
How much fuzz do you have around?
He just opened a toy and I just said like, hey, let's put that away. And we got all the fuzz that we could, but then he finds little bits and then we try to take them away from him, but he's a very tall dog and he can just hop up.
And he works so hard to find that fuzz.
Yeah, he's one of those dogs where he works really hard to kill the squeakers and, then he gets mad that we took away the toy where the squeaker is now out of the toy. Buddy, what are you doing? Yes, you're the cutest dog. We know.
Are there sounds that Nerd really likes?
The songs there is he used to hate my guitar playing. He used to like hit the body of my guitar and try to get me to shut up. But he's come to the recording studio with me a couple times. He's actually like quite a great studio dog.
Yeah. doesn't like the rehearsals. Like, he's probably hitting it like, go to the studio. Like,
Yeah, he's like, actually, this is ready for the studio.
Why are you wasting this?
This is my producer, Leonard. No, he loves my producer though. It's so funny. They get along really well. He's a people person. It's a funny little thing that he does where he mopes around like an old man.
Patrick is making quick work of that sandwich burger.
It's very good.
Oh,
It's very
you're
good.
looking around for celebrity sightings.
I figured if I'm here, we'll see.
Hmm.
The fact that you're in
Who
that
can we-
suit, the fact that you're in that suit, and you're
Yeah, I think
like
it helps.
you're like a correspondent who's like on
It does look like you are.
Celebrity
I
Watch.
just came from it.
Yeah.
Somebody knows.
Are there a few sentences you could say that would really give the impression that you just came from the Oscars?
Yeah, I mean, seeing Pacino up there, and when he busted out, the title of the movie, it was just like, it was an experience I'll never forget. Because he's a legend. He's a legend. Getting to see him in front of me like that, what are you gonna do? You can't get any better than that, right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
For sure.
And now we're in the diabetic portion of the show. Should I do mine?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Am I the only non-diabetic
On the show? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take this as a hydration break.
Bye.
And
Thank you.
And this is going to be kind of a reveal because I haven't talked about this on the show before, but so. This is my diabetes.
You're crazy, George.
The whole time. It's been in every show. It's been in every
Wow.
show. And the whole time, this is what I have my diabetes. This is how I administer my diabetes medication.
I had no idea.
We sold these as toys in the 80s because I couldn't market them effectively as for diabetics. So we
syringes.
We would sell them but they're better than syringes. You barely feel it.
For some reason, you just couldn't remember the word insulin for like.
He's almost 80, Rachel.
Yeah.
You're great, George.
Thank you. I don't feel great all the time.
I will say, yesterday on the way to the Y2K premiere, we were all like in a big like black van, all of us together, and Kyle turned around and just went, "I don't feel so good," and it really tickled me, man. It was really fucking funny.
I gotta tell you, I hated losing that hour today.
I think we all did.
too.
I got home from like the after party at around like 1:30, and I like took a shower and was getting ready to go to bed because I flew out from Texas today. And by the time I went to bed, I talked to Josh. I went to bed and the clock had like already turned to 3, and it said like it's 3:30 a.m. and I was like, the fuck it is? What do you mean? Whatever.
I mean, there was a time when, because I love the fallback.
Of course.
The fallback is so good, and
Of course, but the sun setting at 8 p.m. is that delicious thing that we need.
That spring forward, because like you said, I used to sort of try to have a healthy attitude about it, and when I'd lose the hour, I'd be like, I'll get it back.
I'll
get it back
someday.
And now I'm at that point where it's like I feel the taking of it more than I feel the giving back. Like it sort of feels like when I get it back now, it feels like it's been taken from me so many times now that now it's like it was mine to begin with. Like I'm no longer grateful when I get the hour back.
I'm no longer asking.
I'm still so hurt by the fact that it was taken away from me in the first place.
I understand. Lenny doesn't understand the concept just yet either.
Because I'm a May birthday.
I'm a May birthday too.
Your birthday's in May?
My birthday's in May, George. When's your birthday?
I mean, this is amazing because you know who else has a birthday in May? I'm going to give you one guess.
But why are there two Patricks?
Well, why two Patrick?
I don't know. I don't know why that is. Let's see. Can I get rid of that one? There you go. I don't know what happened.
Wow.
Guys, there is a guy here with a dog and a backpack on his chest, and he has a microphone, and I think he's trying to interview people.
Paul Giamatti.
That's not Paul Giamatti. I wish it was. Imagine if he showed up with a dog and a papoose on his chest. That would be amazing.
Would love that.
So, Rachel, I was born on May 14th.
Okay.
And so my first experience of daylight saving time was being given an hour. So I remember just thinking, like, how wonderful to be given an extra hour. Like, what is it? It's the most valuable thing we have.
Yeah, you said,
time.
What did I do to deserve this? I was born.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you're welcome.
And thank you, and you're welcome.
I was born on May 3rd, and all I got was disappointment for not being born on May the 4th.
How do we not know? You are a Star Wars Day Eve baby.
I am.
What and famously, Star Wars Day Eve is in some ways more exciting than Star Wars Day.
It is, because then we all like prep all of our Star Wars photos that we're gonna post for May the 4th.
And also, like a lot of times we will do a Star Wars Day show on May 3rd instead of May 4th. And if we can do a late show, so we ring in the day of midnight. We haven't done that as often as I'd like, but it really is like, because when you wake up at a normal time on Star Wars Day, like a big chunk of the day is already done. So a May 3rd birthday means you can celebrate the ringing in of Star Wars Day right at the end of your birthday.
It's true. And I was like, it was a C-section. So it was an appointment, babes.
You were a C-section.
It was a C-section. It wasn't a mistake. It was planned.
Wow.
Yeah. It's all coming together.
One of the first characters you see in episode 4 of Star Wars is C-3PO, and you were a C-section. The commonalities are so intense. And here's the good thing about being a Star Wars Day Eve baby as well, is that you get gifts on your birthday, and then you get gifts on Star Wars Day.
It's true. I do get, and then Life Day comes, and you're like, it's just never ending for me.
The gifts never stop.
Lenny, what are you going to get for your birthday? Your silence is violence.
Lenny, what are you going to get for your birthday? When's Lenny's birthday?
Lenny's birthday is actually on Wednesday, I think. Is it Wednesday the 13th this week?
Wednesday I think so.
Yeah, little Len Bug is turning 1.
That's fun. Oh.
He's a good kid. He looks like a Ewok. Don't you think, George?
Some sort of chaos is happening with Patrick.
Oh, he's putting his shirt on over the suit. Oh, good.
No way. You gotta. Over the suit. I got it. It's the only way to do it.
That guy's getting Star Wars.
It's the only way to do it. Look at this. It looks good, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it goes with the pants.
Yes. See? There you go. And now it's long sleeve.
Okay, now you know what? We
Yeah.
need a table wipe down.
Sure.
Over on the
I'm sorry. I'm not. You don't want me for that. You don't want me for that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's easy to be mistaken.
I get it.
Except for the white pants and the apron and all that.
There's still time. The night's early.
Yeah,
the night's young.
This is the first episode of Star Wars.
$19.
$19.
Okay, so $20.
It's not bad. It's a write-off.
Yeah.
You know?
$20 for
It's a write-off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Have a good one.
It's also weird how futuristic it looks.
Well, it's so tight. That's the problem. It's so tight because there's multiple layers.
You're wearing an outfit underneath.
Yeah.
Yes. This is my 4th layer shirt. Wearing an undershirt, a button down, a suit jacket, and then this.
Good.
And it's not the most forgiving fabric.
No, absolutely not. Well, I think it would be if you were wearing it like a normal shirt.
Yes, but when you wear a full suit under it, it's not the most forgiving fabric.
It's not the move you want. Look at the back, 75 years.
Happy 75.
Happy
We are just
75.
25 from the hundo.
Yeah, guys, can we promise to
Guys,
meet back?
I think I'm gonna call it. I just got so Texas tired. I
Yeah.
just stared at Patrick for like 5 seconds and was like, when did Patrick put that shirt on? I fully gave
no.
commentary while it was happening too.
Oh no.
So you don't remember what just happened.
Nope. I just got Star Wars.
You just got Star Wars. This prank show is really taken off already. I'm starting to feel like this is a backdoor pilot for that prank show.
And I would let it in the front door as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
What are you doing? Come around front. We can do
My
pranks.
God.
We can do pranks in the front yard. Remember, kindness first.
Yeah.
Well, Rachel,
Zegler's first.
Rachel,
Yes,
thank you for coming on, and I'm looking forward to in the next week and a half seeing what project you announce because that always happens.
We shall see, huh?
Right. And
we shall see what leaks to the press.
Ooh.
And at least I'll know that this time I didn't accidentally leak it on the George Lucas Talk Show.
As far as we know.
On Rachel Zegler's George Lucas Talk Show.
The shirt will be available tonight. We will put the shirt up tonight, and everyone can buy them.
Okay, great. I'm glad. I love you guys so much. Thanks for having me.
We love you too, and remember, never stop asking the question, whatever happened to Brett?
Whatever happened to Prince Feed?
Bye,
Goodbye,
Rachel.
guys.
Happy Oscar night.
Bye.
Happy
Oscar
Oscar
night.
Crazy. So fun.
And that's the wrapper for the shirt?
That's the wrapper for the shirt. Yeah, would you like to see it?
Stay on it, yeah. And now burger has a warning.
This is a good time to remind everyone that if you enjoyed this show tonight, you can go to the PayPal down below, send a few bucks our way.
And
$1, $2, $10, $25, whatever you want.
And if you didn't enjoy the show tonight, you can also go there and give money. There's no rule that says you have to have enjoyed the show in order to give money. It actually won't even ask you. So like if you're just in a giving mood,
yeah,
but you didn't enjoy our Oscar night Oscar show,
yeah,
we're not going to tell you like don't do what you want if what you want is to give money to that PayPal, because some people just like to give, you know.
And we appreciate those fans who just like to give. You know what I mean?
Like
but
that
it
tree
helps-
in that.
Yeah, like the giving tree.
Like the tree in that book.
Yeah. George, ever since I left the apartment, you two have been frozen, so I have not seen you guys move in an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. You had some pretty good you've had some pretty good screen freezes on the stream.
Oh yeah. Oh,
We
interesting.
were seeing you moving most of the time, but then every now and then you'd be like mid-bite or something.
Sure.
And
Is it choppy?
a little bit choppy, yeah.
Should I go back to my apartment?
Why? What's there?
I don't know. It would be less choppy.
I don't mind how choppy it is.
Okay. All right. I mean, I'm not super convinced we're going to see anything tonight.
Is there a chance Chris Nolan is going to come to In-N-Out Burger?
I think there's more of a chance that I will see Chris Nolan in my neighborhood because he lives like a block and a half from me.
Do you want to go stake out there?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Patrick, you want to go?
What?
You want to go to the Vanity Fair party?
Yeah, where is it?
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I would go.
You should.
If anyone
totally
got me an invite, I would absolutely go.
Can anyone in the stream get Patrick an invite to the Vanity Fair party?
Yeah. I have a car. I can get there
Yeah.
pretty soon.
For anyone in the stream who can hook Patrick up with an invite to the Vanity Fair party, just if it makes a difference, he has a car.
I have a car. I can get there.
We have someone in the stream saying they have an in at the Vanity Fair party, but they've already used their +1.
Well, then here's what I'll say. Don't even tell us, you know?
No,
Don't even bring up the fact that you got an in if you can't use it.
But have you used your +2?
That's a great question. That's actually a really good question, George.
A card, a suit, and a shirt celebrating 75 years of In-N-Out Burger.
Oh, I have to wear the shirt into the party?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, Godzilla -1, but Patrick +2.
That's true. How's Jersey Dave doing?
How you doing?
I'm good.
He's been
Oh, that's good.
highlighting quotes.
I've been highlighting quotes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you're doing okay.
Yeah. Just enjoying the show.
I'm gonna check on how that tweet's doing and see if Instagram is winning over the tweets.
Sure. A reminder for people who are joining late. We have a Seattle show at the Make Believe Fest at the Erickson Theater on March 23rd, at Kickstand Comedy in Portland, Oregon on March 24th, at Littlefield in Brooklyn on April 13th. We're also doing a bunch of screenings. We're doing a screening at Nighthawk Cinema in Brooklyn, and in Seattle we're doing one. But you guys should come out to that, and some more stuff's gonna be announced pretty soon, and we'll let you know. But I want to fill those rooms up because we've got cool guests. Dave, do you have any Oscar friends? Someone asked that earlier, I saw.
I have a couple of things that I'm working on that I have not finished.
Okay.
But I don't really have a plan for them.
Yeah.
So I could preview them.
That's up to you. We've never done that.
We've never done that. But like, I mean, I guess we have. Yeah, I don't know if we have like a when's the next time we're going to be doing this? You know,
when's the next time? Indeed.
So yeah, I don't really know. Thank you.
Can I tell you something embarrassing?
Yeah.
Sure.
I genuinely forgot how long an Irishman is. It's 4:30. Is it 4:28?
No, isn't it? It's under 4. It's like 3:38.
Feels too long.
And then Zack
Really?
Snyder's Justice League is like 4:03 or something like that.
Wait, so we already did the Irishman? Because I thought I had the thought that we hadn't done it.
It's 3 hours and 29.
Wait, but isn't Killers of the Flower Moon that long or something?
Killers is longer, I think.
No, Killers is shorter.
Oh, is it?
The Irishman, 3:29. So we're way over an Irishman.
We're way over. We fulfilled
For some reason, I thought there's no way we've hit an Irishman plus. And I thought, how is it 4 hours? And it's been so long that I genuinely and it also because we've been, it's a late night and because I lost that hour. And I'm not going to get it back until the autumn.
I feel like we also got used to the longer show format where it's like 3.5 hours. Wow, what a long show. And now it's like we've been doing this for 4 hours and 10 minutes. And we're like, we still got a ways to go, right?
Yeah.
How are you holding up, George, though, otherwise?
Great. I think this is a successful Oxford night.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh God! And now it's just switched over to the news, which is just always so depressing.
That is so depressing.
Yeah. I gotta change the channel
because it's too depressing.
Yeah, but you know what?
What?
I'm gonna put on. You know what I'm gonna put on?
What?
I'll put on the Porky Pig and Friends show.
Oh my God! Not with sound.
Of course not with sound. What do you take me for? A pirate?
A fool.
Well, who's more fool? The fool or the fool of thousand?
George, driving around here is a disaster right now.
Why? Because everybody just either won their Oscar, so they're like, yeah, drive with one hand, holding the Oscar with the other, or they just lost the Oscar. They're like, I can't believe it. Not again.
Yeah,
no Oscar for me.
That's truly exactly.
Point? They're just flipping the wheel. Car wheels don't even do that normally, but they're so impassioned that they're just flipping the wheel, spinning the car around. It's a hard night. Can I tell you something? When I lost Star Wars, Best Picture, I lost to Annie Hall. I got in my car. I got in my car, and I was just driving.
I didn't care.
How long did it take for you to get over that? At least
I'm
that
still
initial
not
shock.
fully over it.
Yeah.
I'm still not fully over it, you know? Because it's like,
Yeah.
because like, think about it. How Star Wars end.
They.
Four. I'm talking about four. I'm talking about four.
Yeah, they blow up the Death Star. They go back to
And then they get, and everybody gets medals.
And everybody gets medals. Yeah.
They blow up the Death Star and they hand out a bunch of medals. Great ending. Great ending. Really great ending. That's a great ending. You watched them fight. You didn't think they were going to win. They did win. How does Annie Hall end? The relationship's in ruins, and he says, "I need the eggs."
He sounds like those Jawas in The Mandalorian.
That's right.
Always saying he needs those eggs.
Yeah. Basically, when I don't have a lot of input in Mandalorian. When I saw them needing those eggs, I thought, what is this, Annie Hall? 2 episodes into The Mandalorian, and we're already doing Favreau. We're 2 episodes into Mandalorian, and we're already doing Annie Hall. I said to John, John, you're 2 episodes into The Mandalorian, and you're already doing John, I'm talking to Favreau. He says, what do you think? I said, John, you want my honest opinion?
Wait, which one?
Favreau.
The Obama era speechwriter or the guy from Mandalorian?
Not Judge. Oh, I just got Star Wars. I'm talking to Jon Favreau, not the Obama era speechwriter, the one who crafted the phrase "You're so money and you don't even know it."
Sure.
Which I love that phrase because at the time I was so money and I did know it.
Yeah.
I'm still so money and I know that I'm money. I said to John, John, you're telling me
be money?
You're 2 episodes in and you're already doing Annie Hall?
Yeah.
They need the eggs.
They need the eggs. Wild.
Patrick, how far are you from your house?
I'm I don't know, 6 minutes. Do you know what I'm about to drive by, George? Oh, this will be fun for you.
Christopher Nolan's house?
I'm about to drive by.
Oh, Mel's Diner? Mel's Drive-In?
No. Hang on one second.
Oh, the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art?
Uh-huh. No, not at all.
Come on.
It's something we talked about on the stream already.
Lucas Museum of Narrative Art?
No, but it is something that relates. Nope, not the Academy. Something that relates to one of the highlights of the show. One of Patrick's personal highlights of the show. We're about to drive by it. It's a Hollywood cultural institution. Hang on one second. It is, in fact, hang on one second. We're almost there. We're about to drive by it. George, say hello to the one, the only Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip right here. Look at that.
There it is.
The Palladium. There it is. We did it.
The Palladium.
We did it, George.
We really did do it,
Isn't that exciting?
We really did do it, didn't we?
We really did do it, didn't we?
We really did do it, didn't we?
We really did do it, didn't we? George, we didn't hear from Watto at all tonight.
He's busy. He's partying. He's probably at the Vanity Fair party right now.
You should give him a call.
Really?
Yeah. The show's done. He's all done.
Yeah, but there's going to be the after show.
I know. I just want to see what he's up to. I miss him.
All right, let me see.
And look, maybe he doesn't pick up, and that's fine. You know.
Hello. Is Watto there? This is George. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. He's apparently was at Yoko's Oscar party, so Yoko is out on the West Coast.
Oh, that's good.
We saw Watto on the green carpet, on the red carpet earlier. He flew back. He flew back during the ceremony. That's a sign of how long the Oscars are, that he flew back.
But I thought he loved the Oscars. I thought that was the whole reason, was that he
That
loves
what?
the Oscars so much.
Patrick, button it. He says, I thought Watto loved the Oscars so much. He's trying to razz you. Talking to Watto's personal assistant. Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone? Okay. Okay.
I didn't realize I wasn't on speakerphone already.
No, I wouldn't do that to you. This isn't my prank show.
Sure. Okay. Hi. This is Watto's personal assistant.
Hello.
I was telling you, Watto flew out just for the red carpet, but doesn't like to sit through the ceremony, and then flew back to watch with Yoko, because Yoko was going to be alone for the show. So he was downstairs at Yoko's Oscar party. I'm sorry, Patrick, do you have something to say?
Yeah. Hey, what is your name, first of all? We've never met.
My name?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for calling out that we've never met. You've been working with Watto for years. I've been employed by Watto that entire time, and you've never once thought to ask what my name is. I've been on every fucking email related to the show for about a decade.
Well, I was going to ask is it easier to schedule Watto through you instead of keep going through him? Like, I know we email, but like, would it just be easier? Because I feel like, as a personal assistant, it might be.
I'm fucking CC'd on every email, and I respond, and you don't acknowledge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, my name is Flip Fardington.
Flip Fardington. Is that a family name? Is Flip a family name?
What is this fucking chin music you're giving me?
Yeah, Patrick, cool it with the chin music. I can't believe you didn't know Flip's name.
Okay,
George. Tell you, and you go, wait, is that a family name? What? You think I'm adopted?
Yeah.
George, you can talk to Flip. Flip and I are not getting along tonight.
Hey, well, here's the thing. First of all, I know, and Flip, you know I know your name, right, Flip?
Yeah, we have a good relationship.
Yeah, because this isn't a spoiling a secret. You know what I got you for your birthday this year.
Boy, do I ever know.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold it up, and it's gonna blow people's minds. All right.
Sure.
A Blu-ray of your favorite cartoon character, Flip the Frog.
Of course. You had it right there. A little reachy, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I got one right here too. I know I'm not on video, but I'm reaching as well, and I'm holding on to my Flip the Frog Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that a Thunderbeam animation release?
Yeah, that's right. Of course it was.
Something you don't understand, Patrick. George Lucas and I have a shared language. He threw out Flip the Frog. I went, yeah, absolutely. I know because he already gifted this to me. I knew the same boutique label that put it out. It's basically a one-man operation.
That's right.
He's offering these DVDs himself. He did the fucking Private Snafu collection, a lot of early LI works.
Huh. That's cool. It's Squash and Stretch.
You've never fucking thought about that, have you, Patrick?
No, I know of iWorks. Squash and Stretch. I know him.
No, I'm not asking if you know of iWorks. I'm asking the same part of you that never thought to ask the name of Watto's personal assistant, who is CC'd on every email, never thought to wonder, who is painstakingly and single-handedly doing restorations of some of the lesser-loved and public domain animated shorts of the first half of the 20th century? And the answer is Thunderbeam. And if not for them, Flip the Frog would only exist in low-res fucking 480i public domain YouTube videos.
Hey, Flip?
Yeah.
Have you seen Africa Squeaks, the Porky Pig cartoon?
Of course what George, what the fuck is this?
I'm sorry, Flip. I was calling to see if Watto could come on the stream. I didn't realize Patrick was gonna.
I'm sorry. I know I said I would check on Watto because I think he's probably back now.
Don't apologize, Flip. I didn't realize that. If it makes any difference, I think Patrick has been a little bit cranky since he put on the In-N-Out Burger t-shirt over his full suit.
In-N-Out, the burger chain or the Frank Oz picture?
In-N-Out Burger, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's probably why, because it's the night celebrating the movies. He should have worn a shirt for In and Out, which of course was nominated for Best Supporting Actress, Joan Cusack.
Yeah.
You want me to go check on Watto quickly?
Only if it's convenient, Flip. I don't want to put you out.
Yeah. No. I've just been in the servants' quarters watching on a black and white TV. But let me just tentatively step forward. Just quickly, have you put in your pre-order for the complete adventures of Van Buren's Tom and Jerry?
I haven't, but you know I have my issues with Van Buren's take on the pre-Cat and Mouse Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, but I just think I so appreciate they put the work into restoring that. I mean, they're such little loved characters that even though they're not my favorites, I have to sort of appreciate the energy, the time, the money spent just in sort of maintaining the history.
I definitely appreciate it. I'm not sure if in this case, I'm not sure if the appreciation is going to extend all the way to ownership.
No, of course. I mean, for me, I'm much more obviously Flip the Frog. I'm a Cubby Bear guy. I mean, I like the novel tunes.
What I will probably do with the Van Buren Tom and Jerry's is, and maybe this is naive of me, but I'll probably just wait to get invited to a party where someone's having a watch-a-thon.
Doing a stream. Okay.
No, not a stream. I mean, an in-person watch-a-thon of the Van Buren Tom and Jerry crew. I wait for someone to have a party, a gathering. But
you're still looking for someone who bought the disc. You want someone with the physical copy.
I know it's a matter of time before somebody holds some sort of a gathering, a party, a soiree, based around let's watch all these tunes. And when that happens, I'll just RSVP yes on the invite. Hopefully an evite, because that's what I prefer.
Yeah. Let me. That's a good idea. And just if you hear of anything, loop me in, and I'll do the same back to you. Okay.
Okay. Great.
Hold on. I'm just leaving the servants' quarters. Let me slam this door. Okay, and I'm gonna look. I'm taking footsteps. I'm looking to see if Watto's here. Watto's here. Okay.
That's great.
Watto?
Lovely talking with you, Flip.
Bye, Flip.
Of course, always a pleasure. Patrick, go fuck yourself. Watto, I have George and Patrick on the phone for you. Okay.
Hello, Watto.
Hi, Watto.
How's critics?
Pretty good. How did you feel about Oscar night, Watto?
I didn't watch.
But how do you feel about it?
I felt okay. I got to kind of clock in on the red carpet just to get the little PR bump, but then I flew back. Because I felt bad Yoko was going to be watching alone because all her family and friends were there getting the award. So I said, I'll come back, I'll watch with Yoko. And then I get back to Yoko's apartment, and you wouldn't believe this.
What?
She had a fresh copy of Van Buren's Tom and Jerry cartoons. He says, they're being released. And she said, I'm not even going to watch the show. I was just going to run through this. It's play all. And I said, this sounds like a perfect Sunday night for me. So we just sat back and we laughed and we laughed and we laughed. We had a great time.
Interesting.
Well, it sounds like I really missed out.
No, well, I mean, with you, God, now I feel like an asshole. I should have invited you.
No, it's fine. I'm sure there'll be another party.
But I'm sure you already have your own physical copy, right? You probably watched through the whole thing already.
No, Watto, as you know, I have mixed feelings on Van Buren's take on the pre-Cat and Mouse Tom and Jerry.
Sure. I mean, we should clarify when we say pre-Cat and Mouse Tom and Jerry, there's no direct connection. They just sort of have squatters' rights on the name before old Hanna-Barbera came along.
Yeah. Yeah, just like after Hanna-Barbera came along, the early incarnation, I believe, of Simon and Garfunkel was Tom and Jerry.
That's true. That's true.
So really, there have been a trilogy of Toms and a trilogy of Jerrys, as far as I know, in 20th century pop culture.
I probably like the Van Buren Tom and Jerry more than you do, but they've never been my favorite. There are no Cubby Bear. But I do think, I'm watching this release, and it's just like, they've gone back to like original negative scans of like 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter prints. Just the quality of the disc alone kind of needs to get some recognition,
Yeah, well, full respect.
Yeah. Well, I really feel like a real jerk for not inviting you.
No, I had to do the live stream tonight, Watto, and you probably on some level knew that.
I do, yes, I do. Yes, I did know that, and I think on some level you knew that I was watching the video.
Yeah, I think on some level I did know that.
How's Patrick been?
He's doing okay. He went to In-N-Out Burger, and I got him to ask for a T-shirt, and then he put it on over his suit, which is also a request. And
Wait, let's roll it back for a second here. He went to In-N-Out Burger during this stream.
Yes.
And did he get the burger or no?
No, he got a burger, and he ate the burger, and he got a vanilla milkshake. That was also part of. I said, order a vanilla milkshake. He did.
Yeah, this sounds kind of boring. I just don't think Patrick's kind of got the on-camera riz to sell that kind of segment. But go on.
Yeah, we had a fun time, and then
tell Watto I got recognized at In-N-Out.
Oh, he got recognized at In-N-Out.
By whom?
Someone who watches the show.
Yeah.
His name was Josh. Josh.
Oh, you sound very definitive.
His name was Josh.
Josh?
Yeah.
His name was Josh?
Yeah, it's Josh.
Josh. His name was Josh, like Josh Binks?
Josh? Is that his family name?
Yeah, I think it might be. Burger was good, though.
You're not very good at asking people's names, Patrick. People who do nice things and say nice things.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been the case, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you don't even know the name of the animation director at Thunderbeam.
Is it Iwerks?
No, fucking Iwerks is long dead. Fucking Steve
Oh, God. Don't say that, Watto. He just grinned from ear to ear.
Oh, no.
Even an inevitable, unsurprising death, such as the passing of Iwerks, enough to bring out a giggle in our friends and morbid sense of humor.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations, Patrick. I hear tonight you got to see your favorite comedy sketch of the year.
What was that?
Well, of course, it's the In Memoriam.
Yeah.
Oscars.
It's funny stuff.
I didn't even notice the In Memoriam when it happened.
Because he was too busy laughing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was too distracting. Was there anyone left out, Patrick? Are there any snubs in the In Memoriam?
Was there any?
Last year there were a bunch of snubs.
I don't know. To be honest with you.
Was it like Paul Sorvino was snubbed last year and they couldn't really explain it?
Sure.
Patrick, when people don't die, does it make you sad? Like, do you cry at the missed opportunity of people staying alive?
Yeah. Yeah. I hate it.
Patrick was the only person who walked out of Oppenheimer furious that they cut out all the funny parts.
Oh boy, who would have thought this bit would still be going? You know,
a lot of people complain about it's been a rough couple of years for the death of the theatrical studio comedy, right?
Yeah.
We got Anyone But You. There's some sort of signs of life there. It ended up sort of sleeping its way to 92 domestic. But of course, the Oscars, they don't take comedy seriously. Even Barbie, the highest grossing film of the year, a comedy, snubbed in Best Director. Even when they like the movie, they don't take the direction of comedy seriously. They don't view it as a fine art.
Yeah.
And that's why Patrick must be so thrilled that Jonathan Glazer was nominated for Zone of Interest, his funniest movie of 2023. Now, yes, if you ask Patrick, some of the funniest bits happen off camera. But even still, the subtle humor of that film made him laugh and laugh to laugh.
Watto, if you had watched, you would have known that was the one movie I did not see this year, the one Best Picture.
Because you were worried it would split your sides?
Yeah, that's exactly why. Thought it'd be.
You were worried your ribs would be too tickled.
That's not what I wanted, you know? Oh.
And what did I miss?
What do you
What?
mean?
What did you miss?
Oppenheimer won Best Picture.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
And guess what? You know who presented it?
Steve?
No, one of the dudes from Insomnia.
Oh, Detective Dormer.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, they got Detective Dormer.
They got Detective Will Dormer.
Yeah,
Dormer,
they did.
Detective Dormer. One of the. It would be really funny if.
Honestly, that's actually kind of rude.
Was that rude?
It's rude to ask Detective Dormer to present at the Oscars.
Because he hasn't slept in so long.
Let him sleep. Let my man sleep.
I would if I was in a room right now with Chris Nolan, I would be pitching him hard for him at some point to release a movie and let them promote it with from the dudes who brought you Insomnia.
Do you think now that Christopher Nolan has finally won his long-deserved Academy Award, he's reached the pinnacle of respect and appreciation in this industry, do you think he's gonna loosen up and have a little fun now?
I kind of would like it for him to do like a Cannonball Run type picture.
That's what I would love. I want it sold as from the twisted mind of Christopher Nolan, the dude who brought you Insomnia.
Well,
Water, are you sad? Are you sad you didn't watch it? Like, is there anything you wish you didn't miss? But
yeah, no. Ask the question you were trying to say. Is there anything you wish you missed?
Is there anything I wish I missed?
Yeah. Is there anything? Are you sad? Is there anything you wish you missed?
Yeah, I mean, look. To be honest, I'm with you. I don't like Van Buren's Tom and Jerry that much. I wish I had missed watching that and chosen to watch the Oscars instead. Now, listen. Look, of course. If Yoko had sort of cracked out her complete Willy Whopper Blu-ray, I would have been happy to spend the night watching that, you know? But Van Buren's Tom and Jerry, that's more kind of cultural curio. You know, it's like historically important, but are they entertaining? No, not really. Is there anything I'm sad I missed? Yes, the whole Academy Awards ceremony.
I mean, we didn't see it either, really, because we had the volume off for copyright reasons. But I do know that it looks
sound like a very fun experience.
I do think that at least for some of the acting categories, they would have past winners line up in spotlights on stage and individually address the nominees from the stage, and I assume they said kind things to them.
Okay,
but it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible they said things that were incredibly cruel.
Well, and we have to acknowledge when you assume you make an ass out of you and me.
You and me?
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
I'm part of this. You have to think about my reputation when you make wild assumptions such as that.
Until I get confirmation as to what was said, there's still, admittedly, a slight possibility. I admit it's slight, but there's the possibility that tonight during the Oscars, repeatedly, past winners came out on stage and gave heartfelt and sincere speeches to the current year nominees about how they wish they were nominated because they have the taste for Oscar and they don't know what to do about it. And maybe even warning them, like, you don't want to win this because once you win it, it's all you'll want. So my greatest wish for you is that tonight you do not win.
I mean, that'd almost be a charitable, selfless way to use the screen time, the stage time.
Yeah, I would be. I don't think that's what happened, but it's at least still, until I confirm it, it's possible.
George, did you ever buy the Technicolor Dreams Black and White Nightmares, Fleischer Studios compilation
No.
from Thunderbeam.
No, I've only I have the snafu.
Okay, and you got the Flip the Frog, of course.
Got the Flip the Frog, and I have a couple of other sort of random Blu-rays. You know, they have those sort of like grab bag collections.
Yeah, well, this is a bit of a grab bag. I'm realizing it's not actually purely a Fleischer, although there's some Fleischers on it. It's just Technicolor Dreams and Black and White Nightmares. It's kind of a grab bag, but it's a good lineup. You got Dolly Doings, you got The Wrong Track, you got Alice Rattled by Rats, you got Playing with Fire, you got Goldilocks and the Three Bears, you got Mendelssohn's Spring Song, you got The Bandmaster. You got this Snowman. You got this Swiss Trick. You got the Wizard of Oz. You got the Magic Mummy. You got Indian Whoopee. You got To Spring.
Wait, back up one. Back up one. Back up one.
You got To Spring.
Back up one.
Indian Whoopee.
Oh, whoopee.
And then, of course, closing out the collection, Teapot Town and the Enchanted Square.
You have a favorite?
Do I have a favorite?
Yeah.
A Swiss Trick?
You like a Swiss trick? You like a Swiss trick?
Yeah.
That's one you'd recommend?
It's got a couple of theatrical ads from Walter Lantz, kind of one of the great unsung legends of American animation.
Is that a public domain short? A Swiss trick?
If it is, let me double check that. But I kind of think it has to be. I feel like Thunderbeam only does public domain, which is what makes their work so noble, because there's no reason to put the work in, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I like about them. It's what I like about Steve Shanfield. It's like, you could just slap the lowest res quality up online. No one could sue you. There's no reason. Swiss Trick is a Tom and Jerry. I should mention that. But I think it's a public domain. And if Van Buren's public domain, anti-31, yeah, no, it is, yeah. Yeah.
Patrick, you want to call it up?
Patrick, you want to pull up?
You're gonna have to tell me what you want me to pull up, because George, I was just quickly putting together something on our store, glts.threadless.com. You can now buy a Rachel Zegler's The George Lucas Talk Show shirt or merch or anything. glts.threadless.com.
Patrick?
Yes, Watto.
Is Hollywood's biggest night. It's a night to pay respect to the finest work in the cinematic arts. That's what the Oscars were about. That's what George and I are talking about here in terms of the selfless work of Steve Stanfield at Thunderbeam Animation. And you're here fucking hawking your wares, trying to fucking move merch.
Uh-huh. Patrick, can you YouTube the Tom and Jerry Swiss Trick?
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sending you guys a link now. I found a 35mm scan on YouTube from Stanfield's personal account.
Sure, but I can't show it.
Why not?
Why? It's public domain.
Public domain.
Okay. All right, send it over.
Oh my God! Can you believe he folded immediately? All that passion for nothing.
It's a fucking public domain short, you piece of shit.
Patrick, you haven't been listening the past hour. We've been talking about Tom and Jerry. These are the public domain Tom and Jerry's.
Not really.
It's not the cat and mouse. It's just a guy named Tom and a guy named Jerry. They're
just two guys.
They're just two guys.
Okay, hang on one second.
They happen to have a name, a set of names that later were taken by a far more successful cartoon comedy duo.
Yeah, who won more Oscars than almost anybody.
Basically, yeah.
Undeservedly. Those cartoons are not great.
Nolan won some Oscars tonight?
Nolan will never catch up with Tom and Jerry.
He'll never, not as long as he lives.
And their basic bitch chase cartoons.
Yeah. Patrick.
Okay. Is there anything offensive in this, Watto?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, no.
I haven't seen it in a while. I'm pulling it up myself right I have to say, the movement's a lot more limited than I remember this year.
Got a pretty jazzy vibe, though.
It does. There's a bunch of feelings to it, but there are a lot of hops on the movement. It feels like this was drawn on 3s, right?
Yeah, these might be on 5s or 6s.
These might even be on 5s.
It's a fun time so far, though.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's easy to go like, well, I don't really like the Van Buren, Tom and Jerry. But then when you're actually watching them, you're like, it's got some charm, you know?
Here comes the...
I never self-identify as a fan, but I have fun when I'm watching them, when they're on.
Here comes the dog who's going to help rescue them. They're stuck on top of the mountain.
Yeah, I love this part of it. And what he's about to feed the train, right? The sort of engine on their little train car.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the dog. That's the thing that needs to come back is the rescue dog with like the barrel around its neck.
Yeah.
And
it's very fun.
Barrel with the 3 X's.
It's very fun that the train is drinking and drinks the whole barrel.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Yeah.
And then the train drives the holes through the mountains. Have you gotten to that part?
It's about to happen right now. Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then tell me when you get to the goats. The goats are really fun.
Yeah. They just sent a sound that went through all of... Oh, he beheaded. It was Tom the tall one?
Yeah, I think Tom's the tall.
Tom was briefly beheaded by the sound of his own voice.
Yeah, see, it's like kind of good, right?
Now the goats are playing their horns.
Right, this is what I was telling you. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I like this. Oh, everyone's getting butted in the butt.
But is Patrick laughing?
Patrick's doing his own thing. It's very fun.
What is he doing?
Patrick and Jersey Dave are in the side frames, and Patrick's being the top half of a body, and Jersey Dave's being the bottom half, and it works really well. Actually, it's actually they're giving Tom and Jerry a run for their money. To be perfectly honest,
well, I was going to say it's a little disrespectful.
It's fully disrespectful, but I also
from Tom and Jerry.
I also got to say that this. For many years, AMC talked about the 2-screen experience, and I feel like we're actually achieving what they were promising.
Sure.
Yeah, I like Tom and Jerry's vibe. They're friends. Yeah. One's tall, one's little. They shake hands, and it rattles.
Yeah.
Now they're hearing the yodeling.
The yodeling part's good. Have you gotten to the bear? They're sort of like the bear creature.
Yeah. Yeah, good yodeling.
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I like about Stanchfield, right?
Yeah.
Is he's selling the disc, but he's also not gatekeeping. He's like, I'll put them up on YouTube for free as well.
Yeah.
Like, but the whole point is keeping these things in circulation for him.
Yeah, he's doing a service to the culture.
Exactly.
By preserving film history.
Yeah.
And
especially like all these old nitrate prints that are like so kind of risky to even handle, you know?
Now they're in the store and they're playing the coffee mugs with the just took out the drumstick, like the percussion drumsticks.
See, this is the thing with Van Buren and Tom and Jerry, is I feel like they don't have very well-defined personalities as, like, individual characters. Like, their dynamic is not very well-defined.
Mm-hmm.
But the energy, like, the shorts themselves have personality. There is kind of a fun worldview to them, even if Tom and Jerry are kind of just, like, empty suits, you know?
Hey, George, Watto?
Yeah?
I do want to thank Richard Dobrish for being the first owner of a Rachel Zegler's The George Lucas Talk Show t-shirt. Thank you, Richard.
Now the mountains are singing. The building on top of the one mountain is a jumping. The joint is jumping. There's cows dancing, and a woman who looks rotoscoped slightly.
That's fun.
She doesn't have the same like her muscular buildup isn't like cartoony.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think that animal's head on the wall is going to come to life. Maybe.
This is what I like about the world of Tom and Jerry. Like anything could happen, you know?
Yeah. I think in some ways I'm not 100% certain. I think this short might have the same plot as Tenet.
Go on.
I mean, I think I'm following a little better though. They stole the cheese.
Do you want to unpack this, George?
They stole the cheese.
Okay.
Isn't there a cheese heist in Tenet?
Is there a cheese heist in Tenet? In my memory, no.
There's no cheese in Tenet, I don't think.
There's holes.
Fucking watch your attitude.
Now there's holes appearing in them, and this is just like in Tenet where the past starts erasing stuff or whatever.
It is sounding a lot like Tenet.
Oh, they're terrified by these holes. They ate this cheese and they're getting sick. Now the mice are coming out. This is Tenet. I wasn't 100% sure, but then when the mice came out, I was like, this is Tenet.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't sure. Like I was like, as soon as I said, I'm like, is there a cheese heist in Tenet? And I'm like, I don't think there is. And now I'm certain that there was.
No, there definitely was.
Yeah. It's not shot for shot, but it's close. They're running from the mice. The animation is definitely on the 5s now.
Yeah, he's slowed down.
Solid ending. And I feel great that we brought this to people. A little taste of proper filmmaking at the end of Oscar night.
Yeah, and I'll say this, like, if you're watching along, hey, why not subscribe to Steve Stanfield's
Why not
YouTube
subscribe?
account? And maybe if you got a little disposable income, maybe order a Thunderbeat disc.
Maybe order a Thunder Bean while you're at it.
Yeah, and if you can order it straight from their site rather than Amazon, the prices are the same. You might get charged a little more on shipping, but the money is going straight to Steve's pocket, which is nice.
I'll say this: like we learned a lot during Oscar night. We learned about Oppenheimer. We learned about a lot of things, but I'm glad that we're closing on a Tom and Jerry pre-Cat and Mouse era short.
We're closing?
That you like,
Close to it.
just a little bit ago, you were saying, well, I'm not really a fan of the Vampire and Tom and Jerry, and now you're sort of coming to appreciate them in real time. You understand their value, their place. It's kind of a good note to end on.
I get it. And the thing is, like, I've come around. I think I definitely like them better than the Cat and Mouse.
You like them more than the Cat and Mouse.
Yeah,
now.
they're better.
You
But
like them more.
to be fair, I've never been crazy about that Cat and Mouse.
Yeah, you said the kind of basic chase.
Yeah, there's not a lot of wit to any era of Tom and Jerry, and they won way too many Oscars.
Yeah. Can I ask you just quickly before I hang up?
Yeah.
About a couple other Thunderbean discs. I'm just curious
absolutely.
whether or not you own them in your collection.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't, but let's go ahead.
Okay. Do you have Grotesqueries?
No,
Do you have Mid-Century Modern Animation Volume 1?
maybe.
Do you have the Complete Animated Adventures of the Little King?
No,
Do you have Aesop's Fables from the Vampirian Studio Volume 1?
no.
Do you have more stop-motion marvels?
I might.
Do you have Cartoon Commercials Volume 2?
Volume 2?
Yes.
No.
Do you have Cartoons Original Classics?
No.
A Famous Studios production?
No. Does that have
What do
baby?
you want?
Does that have?
We
Does
talk
that have?
about Flip the Frog? We talk about
Hold on. Does back up? Does the Famous Studios one? Does that have Baby Huey on it?
on the cover?
Yeah.
No,
Baby Huey didn't make the cover.
he did not. It's the sort of the classic famous studio's Jack in the Box is the main image on the cover.
Gotcha.
Can I keep doing my list?
Yes.
Do you have odds and ends?
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
Cubby Bear, you said you have?
No. You said you have.
I got it confused. Do you have Mid-Century Modern Animation Volume 2?
Volume 2?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Is this a Tenet?
What?
Mid-Century Modern Animation Volume 3?
Volume 3?
Yeah.
No.
Do you have Yuletide Flickers, Santy's Big Animated Picture Show, Festive Novelties, Pantomime Animations, Merry Jingles and Carols, and other rarities of the 1930s to 50s?
Maybe.
Do you have All Censored featuring the Censored 11? That's Goldilocks and the Jiving Bears. That's Clean Pastures. That's a lot of the really racist ones.
I might.
You might not want to say that too loudly. I mean, that's like Coal Black and the Seven Dwarfs.
I know what it is.
The Isle of Pongo Pongo. That's Jungle Jitters.
That's all this
That's
and all this and Rabbits too.
That's Tin Pan Alley Cats, Angel Puss, Goldilocks, I already said.
Clean Pastures.
Sunday Go to Meeting Time, Clean Pastures, of course. Uncle Tom's Bungalow. You might have that.
I might. But it's if I do have it, I'll say this. I have not watched it.
Do you have Rainbow Parade cartoons?
I might.
Okay, and what about the original stop-motion Marvel disc featuring Kinnex?
I think I have that, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good collection. Well, George, it's been a pleasure.
Watto, it's so nice going through these with you.
Yeah.
I feel like in a regular show, we don't always have the time to just list a bunch of physical media that we own and confirm whether or not one of us also owns it. And I like that we took the time for it.
George, I'm going to even go one step further.
Yeah.
You said in a regular show you feel like we don't always have the time. I think up until this moment, we have never found the time.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah,
Looks like we found it.
I think it was long overdue. And I'm glad that we finally created the space to acknowledge that the first volume of stop-motion Marvels includes the entire Connect Studio collection. Of course, that means Snap. It means the Gingerbread Man. It means Chip. It means the Wooden Man. It means Daffy Doings and Doodle Bugville. It means Red Riding Hood. It means Pepper the Pup. It means Horse Laughs, spelled Laffs. And last but not least, it means Hector the Pup.
Watto, you know, it's funny that we finally found the time for this. And
one could argue the time was always there. We just never looked for it.
It's, you
We
know,
never checked.
it's always the last place you look.
It's always the last place that you look at.
I just want to hop in separately to talk to Dave really quick. Dave, is that Grand Mothra Tarkin? Great. Okay.
How's Dave doing? I miss Dave.
Dave's building Grand Mothra Tarkin right now.
Yeah, that's fun. Patrick, you should try doing some work like that sometime.
I would love to.
I gotta see this.
Stuff like that is fun.
This was a so someone from the chat said, "I'm making Mon Mothra right now."
Oh, so good.
And several different, different cycles or a part of her life cycle. So I got the caterpillar in here as well.
Oh, that's great.
And then there's
Oh, that's a Revenge of the Sith Mothma.
Yes. So earliest that you see her,
My kind question.
Revenge of the Sith, and then Andor, that's the pupil stage.
Did you buy an Andor Black Series Mothma?
Yeah, so I can put it in a cocoon, and it's the pupa stage. And then you go Return of the Jedi, the full Mothra. Hello.
Dave, can you hear Watto?
No, what'd you say, Watto?
Can you hear me now, Dave?
I can, yeah.
I'm wondering, do you own any of the Thunderbeam releases?
No, God, I don't know what the fuck you guys have been talking about.
Because, they don't just restore animation. There's a lot of public domain sort of live action curios that they release.
That sounds really interesting.
Do you mind if I just write down a list of some of their live action releases to check if you own any of them?
I mean, you can if you want, but the answer is going to be no to all of them.
Do you have Sound East Volume 1?
No.
Do you have the Snappy Video Party Disc Volume 2?
No.
Hey, can I just bump in? Can I just bump in on this just real quick? Jersey, when you're saying no, are you also answering for your kids?
I haven't checked everything that my kids have. They do buy a lot of like used, physical media off eBay.
I do really like that George referred to you as Jersey. As if it's your first name.
I do respond to Jersey. I hear people say Jersey and I go, huh?
Please not interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Watto, you were in the middle of saying a bunch of things I don't know.
Patrick has to apologize.
Yeah.
So Watto, just to be clear, a lot of these no's are actually maybes if you count his kids.
Okay. Dave, do you or your children own Vintage Education Part 1, Karen's retired film archive from the 50s and 60s?
Maybe. I don't think so.
What about Vintage Education Part 2, Karen's retired film archives from the 50s and 60s?
I don't think so. Maybe Melanie? I could ask Melanie.
Yeah, if you don't mind, whenever you get the chance. What about Edgar A. Guest Poetic Gems? Rare original shorts featuring Al Shane and Norman Brokenshire.
No, I don't think I own that one, Watto.
What about Melanie?
I could wake her up. Do you think this is worth waking her up?
Just ring me in the morning after you check with her.
That's smart.
I assume you don't own Missile to the Moon?
No.
You don't own Explorers of the World?
No.
You don't own Angels Die Hard?
No.
Hour of Screaming Virgins?
No.
Abbott and Costello Rarities? That one was an Amazon exclusive.
I think I might have that one, Watto.
I think my dad might have that one.
And may the force be with you. Always.
Oh God, I'm not there yet.